guys. Good morning, afternoon, evening, depending on where you're at, right? Welcome to Take It to Trial. I'm your host, Sweet Tea Diamond. Hope everybody is enjoying most people have a long weekend, right? Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Friday for enjoying the fireworks, eating some barbecue. And then we have Sunday, right? It's Saturday. Well, no, Saturday, where you get to recover from all the partying, right? Uh, Me myself, nothing much here. Took the girls to see the fireworks, which was awesome. I enjoy fireworks. I love fireworks. So I got to see some fireworks, eat some good food. So yeah, I'm a happy camper, and I think they are too. So um, let's see what we have here going on today. Yeah, so um, as I stated, I hope everybody's having a great weekend. As you come in, pop in, and let me know where you're viewing from. Today, I thought it was kind of important because remember, we are gearing up for a new trial that's going to start later this month with Steven Stern. Now, the funny thing is that there are two trials that are going to happen. One this month, and then the next one is scheduled for a later time. Now, the first case that we'll be looking at later this month is going to be in regards to the sex abuse portion regarding Maddie Soto. Okay. So before we begin, I do want to take a moment um, to honor the life beyond this case, right? Because we want to make sure that Madeline Soto is not forgotten. She wasn't just a name in the headlines. She was a daughter, right? I got two girls. I couldn't even imagine. She was a friend to someone. She was only 13 years old who had dreams and laughter and people around her that loved her, So I just have a short tribute. And it's just to remind us all while we're here, not just to follow the case of a girl who was taken way too soon, but to remember a life that was taken away from her parents, her family, her friends, the heartache that they must be experiencing by this horrific crime. So let's just take a moment and reflect. You can put purple hearts. Y'all know I love purple. So as we're going through the stream, let's put some purple hearts in the chat to support Maddie and her family as we go through the case, right? I'll be doing a two-part. I think it's going to be a two-part. We'll see if we can get it done in two streams. This first part will cover some things in regards to the report of the 911 call. We'll go into the videos, what made people suspicious of Steven, even concerns in regards to the mom, right? So we'll go over all that documentation, see what evidence has been so far collected, and we'll probably stop kind of where, unfortunately, where she was found. And then in the next section, we'll look at all the court documents. We'll go over his emails. We'll review those things in our second segment. And then by that time, we should be ready to take it to trial, right? So I'm going to start off with my tribute and our chat's tribute to Madeline Soto. Let me go ahead and get that up for us, and we will start there. So just take a moment. Yes, Benny. Hi. Thank you. Yes, the beautiful princess, right? I love the purple hearts that are coming in the chat. Is truly, truly, truly a life gone too soon. And although we're going to be breaking down the case, we do want to make sure that we understand that, that there was a life, right? That was taken just way too soon. Um, how's it going, Benny? Okay. I was slipping. Hopefully you can hear me well. Okay, so let's start here from the beginning. So now this is going to be my first time kind of like reviewing this information over with everybody. I kind of gathered some stuff that I just kind of wanted to talk about. And I really wanted to review it with you guys, right? So I can get your input and your thoughts and things. That's the whole point of this. It's for us all to look at this evidence and things together. So I'm excited to see what your views and what your takes are in regards to this. Purple here, right? Thank you. Thank you, Benny. Thank you. I know. Look, I got my coffee here. I'm just kind of like, I'm on like my second cup. So I may get jitters, but I definitely won't go through withdrawal symptoms, right? Okay, cool. Okay, so let's start off from the beginning with the 911 calls that kind of sparked the entire investigation. Um, Now, I was able to pull 3 calls that came from a woman regarding Maddie missing. And I'm going to refer to her as Maddie because that's what close friends and family called her. And it seems like it was just a very sentimental nickname for her. But her name is Madeline, right? These 3 calls just came from an unknown woman. We did later find out, I did find out later as the investigation continued exactly who the person was. So, and she does uses Maddie's name, but she never gives her own. And I just want you guys to listen closely to the calls. There will be, I'll be paying them. I got a source from Court TV, which had a nice feed for them. So I will get that pulled up, and let's go on to the first call, and then we're going to kind of like break it all down in regards to the calls and share what our thoughts are. If your parents out there, or if you got nieces, nephews, or little people that are up under 18, listen at me, call them little people. People in your life that are up under 18. I want to know what your feelings are and how you would have reported this and what your demeanor would have been. What you say, Benny? I love. So, Freddie, you ready to go? Okay, we're going. I want to hear this, and we're going to kind of go from there. Okay. So this is going to be the first call, and then I'll pause it, and then we'll go on to the second call and kind of see, and we'll do some input, and we'll do some analyzing of these different calls. Okay, cool with you guys? All right, let's go. First call.
911, what's the location of your emergency? And do you need police, fire, or medical?
Police, possibly. I'm reporting a missing child.
Okay, and the child that you're trying to report missing, are you calling on behalf of the parent?
Yes, on behalf of the mother.
Okay, and then and ma'am, how old is the child? And could I go ahead and get her name?
Yes, it's.
And is she white, black, or Hispanic?
She's white.
Okay.
Blonde hair,
And
dirty blonde hair, blue eyes.
okay, hold on with me here. And then what color shirt and pants was she last seen wearing?
Hold on, let me ask. Then, what color shirt and like what was she last wearing? Hold on, we're finding out.
Okay. And then how long has it been though since you guys have last seen her?
Since this morning, she was dropped off at school this morning, and apparently she never showed up. We called everyone we knew. No one's seen her.
Okay. And then so, ma'am, I just want to confirm though, was she last seen from this address? Is this where you guys last saw her?
No. She was last seen at the church next to Hunters Creek Middle School. I think it's called Peace Church. I'm not sure of the exact address. She was wearing a dark green hoodie, I believe.
What is the name of the church?
I think I'm pretty sure it's called Peace Church. It's the one right next to Hunters Creek Middle School. It's the, well, no.
Got it. It's across the street from it?
I believe so, yeah. There's two. I just forgot about the other one. It's not Focal Point Church. It's
well, is it Peace United Methodist Church?
Yes.
Okay.
That one.
Okay. Is she diagnosed with any medical mental conditions at all?
I know she takes medication for ADHD.
Okay, Shannon, I'll start with you. What are you hearing?
Okay, so we have the first call that has went through. What are your thoughts in regards to this? Now, I know the caller says Maddie didn't come home from school, right? And it was like her tone was concerned, but vague. Like, I really didn't get a lot of personal identifiers from her when she was giving her call. Benny says, let's see. Being a mom of a daughter like you, I don't care what state I'm in. I would call myself an urgency, right, to get the search going immediately for my baby. I couldn't rest if I hadn't spoken. Yeah, and you can and we know that Jennifer's in the background, right? Because she's asking her specific questions in order to relate to the 911 operator. So I just noticed that her tone in the call was just really, really like I don't want to say I want to say like I know something, but I don't know something, right? No information in regards to. It's kind of like all over the place in regards to the kind of the address where she was last left at. Things of that nature. And I just think that it was kind of over the place in regards to the call. Now, what is really concerning in regards to this, and we'll discuss this, is I can't understand the delay. Okay. That's my biggest thing. Let's see what they say they found strange in the call. We'll listen to my guy Benny. Shout out to Court TV. I like Benny. We'll listen to him for a second and see what his analysts say they found strange in his first call. Let's see if we're on point.
Hearing in this call, what strikes your interest? What do you think is significant here?
Well, the first thing that struck me was just how calm the caller was. You hate to judge how people react in these situations, but there's a missing because of Florida law. We don't know who made the 911 call, but I've been told it is a family member, possibly Jen Soto's sister. I was surprised just how calm the caller was about a missing child. That was first. Second, you can hear the same story, right? Stephen Stern's same story, that he dropped her off at that church. That was the last time she had been seen. So the story obviously was relayed to the family members. the same story that he relayed to us in that interview.
How about this? One thing that I want to get both of your reactions to this. The operator says, what was she wearing? And the caller says, Jen, what was she wearing?
Mm-hmm.
And then there wasn't an immediate answer. Like they didn't know at that moment. That's what I heard. But my understanding, and I'll start with you, Shannon, is that didn't she tell us or tell someone that she saw her getting dressed in the morning?
Was the first initial report to the responding deputy when they showed up, was that she saw her get. And
see, I guess we're kind of right on point because she states that she felt like she had a lack of concern in regards to the caller when they called in, right? And you know, this is where we starting at the inconsistencies in people's statements. You know, did you see her get dressed in the morning or did you not? Do you know what she was wearing or do you not? I'm not even sure if she knows what she was wearing. What do you guys think? I don't know if she really knows. Which is like, you know, and I guess, you know, unless you're wearing uniform every day, there could be a gap in regards to knowing what your kid is wearing every day. I think. I don't know, but at 13 years old, you're probably taking I don't know. I guess at 13 years old, depending on what the school is, they may walk to the bus stop with friends, but you should still be up as a mom, kind of like watching and getting them ready, making sure they had a breakfast and everything's good, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking too much in regards to this. Okay, so what I have, I'm gonna go ahead and go to the second call. Just wanted to kind of see if we were on the right track with what they were, what we were feeling in regards to the way this came off regarding her missing. So I am going to start playing the next one. Let's see here. Let me get that planned for us. Now,
I called not that long ago reporting a missing child. I just wanted to know how long the cops are going to take to get here.
Okay, hold on. Let me open up the call and let's see. The call is still currently pending to have the deputies respond out there, that we don't have any available deputies. We still have the call up though, holding.
Okay, so no one's on their way yet?
Not yet, no.
Does it take long for them to respond to the call?
If there's a big emergency in the area and there's no units available, they put the calls on hold. But as soon as one becomes available, they respond to the next pressing call.
Okay, yeah, we just need one here urgent.
See, now right here, I would have probably flipped out. So I guess that's where the mom comes into play, because there's no way that you're going to tell me that I got to wait in a long line. You're not going to give me any other options to report my child missing. You know, it's very important. And everybody hears this. It's like the first 48 hours or the first 24 hours, don't quote me on that, are the most important, right? So y'all that busy that nobody can come out? Is that what we're doing? Like, I find that very, very, very unsettling. And it's just like, even with, and I know that the 911 operators, you know, they're not supposed to get excited or excited or anything, but it just really sound bland. It don't sound like they got a care in the world in regards to finding any information again. And this is the second call. You know, I would like to hear an apology. We send somebody out there right away. Like, it should take this long. Or if you would like, you can come down to the police station to file your report. Give them some different options if you can't get anybody out there. Y'all tell me how y'all feel about it. But yeah, right, Benny? Hello, this is a child. They need some right now. Like, this is the second call. Right? It's no way. It's no way. I don't know what the mom was doing, because I would have been took the phone from her. Okay, let's listen to what else she says in this call.
urgently. So
I understand. We still have the call. We still have the call holding.
Yes.
Yep, we still have the call holding for them. I'll go ahead and update them with the information.
All right, thank you, because this happened very recently, so we just want to get everyone here. She's been missing since 8 a.m., so we want to get everything done as soon as possible to try to find her.
I understand.
You understand? Is that what the 911 operator said? She understands? Do you really understand? I wonder in this investigation how this 911 call kind of played a factor in regards to the delay in a response, because the caller, the unknown caller at this point in time, remember she was unknown at this time, stated that Maddie had been missing since 8 o'clock in the morning. Like she never made it to school. We're talking about sometime in the evening when this is reported. And we're talking about the second call. So we're not talking about the first call. We're talking about the second. Right? And if that wasn't bad enough, we got a third call. Let's listen to the third call. Let's see if anything changes as far as the urgency.
Paramedical.
No, it's not a medical issue. We have a missing child since this morning. We already called 3 times, and the police didn't show up yet.
Yes, ma'am. I see it right here for you. Yes, ma'am. I see it. This is waiting for a deputy to respond.
They haven't come here yet.
I'm aware, ma'am. I see it. It's waiting for a deputy to respond.
You're waiting for a deputy to respond?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long more do we need to wait? It's a child missing.
I understand that, ma'am, but I'm just not able to give out ETA. I don't know when they'll be there.
So how long do we need to wait? This is an emergency.
Ma'am, we have the information, but they're trying to get the.
Now, this is a different voice that's calling. I don't know if you guys noticed. So this is not the same caller as the first two. So this is somebody that at least have a little bit of sense, because they're like, look, we got a missing child. Now, it's no longer just a missing child. We got a medical emergency. So it's just not that it's a missing child now. It's a medical emergency. And how long do we have to wait? This is our third time calling. Right? That's fair, right? I mean, at this point in time, it's the third time. I've never heard of a person having to call 911 3 times to get some results. What kind of county are they in? Are they short-staffed? What is going on? And this is in Kissimmee County, I believe. Interesting. I find it very strange and weird. Like, how does that work like that? I would be so frustrated. Okay, here we go. Let's listen to what else she tells him. You say you access, right, Benny? Speak to somebody in charge, right? Right. I agree, Benny.
Get someone as soon as possible.
So this is not important for you guys? Really?
Ma'am, we're very busy in the area. Look, I understand. They'll be there as soon as they can, okay?
Click. Ken, your thoughts?
And then she hangs up. I will say that third call sounds a little the voice sounds a little different than the first 2 calls. Other question that I have. Okay, the family lived in Kissimmee. The school is in Orange County, Hunters Creek, right across the county line. Where were these calls being made, like from a cell phone? And the reason I ask that is that I'm wondering if it was Orange County or if it was Kissimmee, their call center, and whose deputies or officers were responding to this case that leads to this delay where someone calls 3 times. And I'm also with Shannon trying to find out when these calls took place. It sounds like it was in the afternoon after Jennifer Soto had gone to the school 4:30. Did not find her there. She was not there at all during the day. But these calls, while they kind of bring a couple of things into light, also creates a couple more questions.
So Shannon, as we sit here tonight,
see, and that's my thing, and that's why I let that portion play out, because it seemed like he was going to go to a good point in regards to explaining that, you know, like, that's not typical. That is not normal. Like, you don't call 911 just to be calling 911 and happen to call them 3 times. Right? And then the 911 operator just basically hung up on her. Right? That I don't get that part. Now, I do notice that, you know, the officers assessing the urgency from the caller's tone, content, and clarity. That's going to be very important, you know, as when we go to trial, right? When he goes to trial, they'll be playing these 911 calls, right? I think the other thing is about when I think another red flag in all of this is that y'all notice in all the 911 calls, the 2 from the same person, right? The first call, and then the last call was from a different person, but nobody provided their identity. So you would think that even with reporting a child, you want them to know who you are. Hi, I am such and such and such and such, such and such and such and such is missing, right? You can reach me at such and such number, or some information, and that information was not provided, right? And as they stated, that in the state of Florida, that they can remain unknown. But if it's a missing child, you will want to be known. And even if you are reporting it for the mom, you're saying, hey, this is the mom. This is the mom's name. This is the mom's contact information. This is who dropped her off. Like, all this information should have been provided. Let me know if you agree with what I'm saying. I mean, how would you describe the caller's tone? I mean, was there anything missing that stood out to you that would have raised some red flags when you're investigating the case? Besides the 911 caller, the 911 operator, because we already know they was all messed up. Right? They was all messed up. Like, they wasn't doing their job. I don't know. I think that they should have took it some higher up when they called the second time. That should have been something, or gave them another option, because you can always go to your nearest precinct, right? You can always go into the police station. And they did have a car because he was driving around, right? So that eliminates that part of they don't have transportation. I know I would have got in my car and I would have been down there. But that's just me. You let me know. What you say? And Benny says, Cat got Steven and Jen's time, said both of them calling it a major red flag. Yes, right? Nobody's saying anything. So, you know, the next portion that I wanted to review over with everybody is when the police finally come, right? They finally show up. Okay, they got time, they ready to come take a report, right? Now we're going to take a look at what happened when they first approached Jennifer and Steven for the first time. And now they have some family members around them. Like, so this is just raw body cam footage that was released by Fox 35 in Orlando. You'll see the officers' interaction with Jennifer and Steven. Just pay attention to their demeanor, especially how calmly they explain Maddie's disappearance. We'll pause a couple times and take some breaks and just see what you guys think in regards to this body cam footage. So let me get that. I'm gonna pull that up for us and get that together. Probably could do this a little differently, but I'll just do it the way I've been doing it right now.
She was supposed to be dropped off at school. She didn't make it to school.
From the first interview
Oh,
with
listen at
Maddie's
this.
mother and her boyfriend.
So she was supposed to be dropped off at school, didn't make it to school.
From the first interview with Maddie's mother and her boyfriend, the only person arrested in the case.
She was walking in that direction. She was rifling through her backpack.
To the preliminary.
Y'all hear him talk about she was walking and going through her backpack. Interesting.
Search the night Maddie disappeared.
Yeah, we'll call it. He's just not. It's just hard.
This new body camera video shows how it all started. We're seeing Orange County deputies' first interactions with Stephen Stearns and Jen Soto after Madeline Soto's disappearance. Thanks for joining us tonight at 10. I'm Marlisa Goldsmith.
And I'm Luann Sorrell. These videos were taken the night Maddie was reported missing. Fox 35's Kelsey Cairns is joining us live here in the studio tonight. So, Kelsey, we also see officers searching for Maddie, but they say their dog could not find her scent.
That is correct. And now we know why. We've been following this story since Maddie went missing at the end of February. And now we are getting a new look into how this whole investigation started.
In this video, you can see Jen Soto appears worried. She describes the last time she's
I don't know why that froze up. Let's see. Hopefully it'll play again. I don't know why it's stopping. I really don't. And I want to hear this. Give it a second, guys. Nothing like being live and that happens, right? Let me see if I can refresh it. So what do y'all think about her initial thing when we first see it? Like, while I wait for this to try to load up, what do you think about that? That first interaction? Got commercials. That's funny. Maybe that's why they stopped me, because I didn't go through their commercials. Oh, I am so funny. Y'all don't need to listen to the commercial, right? I'll let you see me while we wait for the commercial to pass. It's a short commercial, don't worry. And I'll try to get us right back to the place. But what do you guys think, like, in regards to that? I can see she's nervous, because I could see from her, you know, kind of swaying back and forth like this. Like, she's definitely nervous. Yeah, they got right, Mason. Definitely. They definitely had those commercials going. They got to get their money. It froze me right up. I had them all queued up and ready and everything. Hey, Mason, we're definitely glad to have you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, she's very nervous. Here, I'm gonna put us back where we were at. Hopefully they don't stop me again from showing us, but we should be good. Okay, I'm gonna start it right here for us, y'all. Here we go.
And she never came out. They announced it over the speaker, and I'm just like, maybe she walked here, because sometimes she'll walk here to this office. I came here, nothing. I went back to the school, they were closed. I got an email from the school.
At her side is her boyfriend, Stephen Stearns, the man now charged with Maddie's murder. He tells deputies what Maddie was last seen wearing when he dropped her off at school. Deputies now say all of this was a lie.
Green hoodie,
Green hoodie.
white Crocs,
White Crocs.
either blue or black pants.
I think black shorts.
Black shorts.
Take note of Stearns' behavior. You'll notice he's crossing his arms, seemingly uncomfortable, as he describes dropping Maddie off at school.
Well, I was walking in that direction. She was rifling through her backpack.
It's similar to his behavior during a Fox 35 Zoom with Maddie's mother, where you can see Stearns in the background fidgeting and cracking his knuckles. Deputies searched the area. Stearns told them Maddie was last seen with a canine that very night, but the dog was unable to detect Maddie's scent.
Yeah, we'll call it. He's just not. It's just hard. He's not giving me anything like decent.
Now, investigators say Maddie was likely killed before the school day ever started. Her body.
Now, I don't know what you think, but I don't know. I just feel all types of ways in regards to the way this happened. With the body, with the body cam. When the officers arrive and Jennifer kind of explains that she hasn't returned. I think that at that point in time, when, Stephen, he should have been providing that information of exactly where he dropped her off. You could tell, like, if he's the person that's responsible for dropping her off, he should be providing a lot more information at that point in time. Right. First to mention of the timeline, there's really like no visible panic from his end. So that's a red flag, right? He just kind of cuts in and explains in regards to, hey, I dropped her off and she was walking in and kind of looking through her backpack that morning, right? Like, really? Where did you drop her off at? I don't know if they wanted to assume from the information that was provided to the 911 caller. But, the officer confirms the details and, begins that missing person process. And this kind of gets the groundwork of looking for her, right? The mom, even when she went up to the school, she asked them to announce over the PA for her. Not sure how their school system works. Apparently, when your kid does not come to school, they do not message you or call you. I know my kids, when they Benny says, I can't wait for this trial to start to see Stearns finally get his right. He gonna get it. He gonna get it 2 times over. But my kids' school, they text me, if they missed a class, they are texting me, they are emailing me, they are calling me. So there's no way, I hope their school system has incorporated something like that into their process with something like this happening. Now, in that regards, okay, and in that statement that he was just stating that he, dropped her off and he left, right? And legally, this body cam footage is evidence of statements, on a scene, right? That can match later interviews. So their disposition, making sure that all their statements are the same, right? In some aspect, it follows the same flow. So officers are, they're trained to detect when somebody's hesitating or when they're providing vague timelines or inconsistent statements, right? And this is the start of the inconsistency in this investigation, right? So I think where we should head now is let's look at this interrogation. I don't know. You can put a 1 in the chat if you already seen his interrogation. I'm going to start off with Stephen's interrogation first. And I'll stop in between in order for us to kind of discuss. Now, he's the man that says that, of course, that he dropped Maddie off the day she disappeared. This is footage that I also received from Fox 35. They're so great. They're what they're covering. And let's look for the inconsistencies, the hesitation, or the shifts in his tone. We'll watch it together and kind of break it down. Okay, let's get that. And hopefully they don't check me with some commercials, right? They might. I'll put it past them. Or telling me I need to stop and play a commercial. But we'll see. Hopefully that won't be the case. Benny says they both can't stand still while speaking to the police, right? And Starnes especially. Yeah, they like he back there cracking his knuckles and all types of stuff. You know he was worried. Okay, I'm gonna play this video. Let's go into this. Let's see what we have on here with Mr. Steven. And I'll pause it in between and we'll kind of discuss what we're hearing. If y'all catch a moment, I'll be looking in the chat for moments that we find inconsistencies and things like that. Put an X if you catch it before me, and I'll stop and we'll kind of review it, or let me know what inconsistency you see or hesitation or something that you found. We are investigators, right? And we want to know when we go to trial later this month what we are going to see, what the jurors are going to see possibly, right? And we'll go over some of the evidence in the next stream, in regards to the autopsy and all of that stuff. That'll be in stream too, but we'll get all the way there. Thanks, Benny.
And yourself reside. Okay. So initially they thought, since I went to school, dropped off at school, and it would be an Orange County case. It seems like since she lives in, that's the reason we're going to do the case. Okay. You understand? Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me just grab some things here real quick. All right. I know that you were brought up here by detectives, right? Detectives drove you? Okay. And that was earlier today.
They want another commercial. I'm assuming that's why it's freezing. Maybe they're going to ask for it earlier this time. Let me refresh. I had everything like queued up and ready, and I'm like, okay, we're going to start right here at this point. But let me go ahead and do it again, and let's see. I'm pretty sure I got a commercial to look at. I won't bore you guys with that commercial. You can look at it. I'll stay on the screen until the commercial is finished. If there's a commercial. Yep. I kind of figured it. I'll mute that one for us. But yeah, so in his interrogation, we are here to like the little silent parts. That's just because they're bleeping out like the address and things of that nature that we shouldn't hear. So it's really not the wait a minute, y'all. Look at this. I didn't see this part, but I'm gonna go ahead and screen share. Now look at this man. I tell you, some people look at him. He is laying like his head down, like he's so tired. And y'all notice that this is on the 28th. So this is on 2/28. So she was reported missing on the 26th. Right. So this is 2 days later. I don't know why he's so tired. But let's see. Let's see why he's so tired.
Step on. How you doing, sir? Sorry. That's okay. Didn't mean to wake you up. I'm going to introduce myself. My name's Mark. I work for the Kissimmee Police Department. Nice to meet you, Mark. This is Corporal Ilgen. Brandon. I understand you've been here for a little bit. So just to give you a little bit of background, the reason we are here now is because and yourself reside. Okay. So initially they thought, since went to school, dropped off at school, and it would be an Orange County case. It seems like since she lives in, that's the reason we're going to do the case. Okay. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me just grab some things here real quick. All right. I know that you were brought up here by detectives, right? Detectives drove you? Okay. And that was earlier today.
I have no idea how long ago that was.
It was sometime today.
Sometime today, correct.
So being that you're here, we're here, you were taken here by detectives, I just need to get this out of the way just so we can talk about how we're gone missing or where she may be, okay? All right. Have you ever been in trouble ever in your life?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever had your rights read to you at any point in your life?
I must have.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I'm going to do them again just to get it out of the way, and then we can talk about you taking school and stuff like that, okay? All right. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have them present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning. Do you understand these rights? Okay, perfect. All right. So before we start talking, one last thing. Can you just raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm that the statement you're about to give is the truth, nothing but the truth, to the best of your knowledge, so help you God?
Yes.
Beautiful. Okay. All right. Let's talk about your relationship with, and we just talked to a little bit. So how long have you been together?
7 years, 6 or 7 years, close to it.
Where'd you meet her?
Work.
Where was that at?
We worked for a home building company. It's no longer in business, but we were both in the call center area.
Oh, okay. So like selling homes or?
Yeah. We were best friends for about a year before we made it official.
Gotcha. So you consider you and her boyfriend, girlfriend? Okay. Any engagement plans or anything like that?
No labels, nothing. We were just happy.
Okay. And how long have you lived in with them? Because I know it says she's lived in for years.
Yeah. Off and on for years myself.
Okay. Any family that lives in?
No.
Okay. So on and off, how long do you think it would be?
This stretch, 2 or 3 years.
Okay. Kind of mentioned that you two maybe split up for a little bit in December, then you moved back to wherever your parents live. And where is that at?
It's in Northport. It's down by Sarasota.
Okay, so on the West Coast.
Yeah.
Got it. All right. So I understand you had recently. She had a party Sunday? Is that right?
Sunday, yeah.
Okay.
So
did you come to the party?
No, I was not. I was on my way up at that point.
Okay. So the party ends. Did you pick them up from the party?
Someone must have dropped her off.
Okay.
She was there when I got there. Asked me to make sure that I was getting into the shower and did her bedtime routines, which she did. She was already on top of it, so nothing to do there.
Okay. What time do you think you got back?
What time I got in there?
Yeah.
Maybe 8 o'clock, 8:30ish, something like that.
And I apologize if you've answered these questions before. It's just like I said, we're coming into the game late, so I may ask you things that you've already answered probably 3 or 4 times.
Well, I apologize as well. My memory is not super reliable on time frames. I've been medicated for the better part of a week.
Okay, that's fine. What do you take medicine for?
Anxiety mostly. I've been having some money troubles lately. I'm anxious over that. So
Okay. Well, hopefully your money troubles get better.
I've been medicated on Ativan since probably Saturday.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. So when you got to the apartment, what happened? Like,
made some dinner, made some ramen. I love how I make my ramen. Then we started watching Sister Act, but
Did this man just say he made some dinner and said he made a ramen? Did y'all hear that? Do I get that correct? That's dinner? A ramen? That's interesting. A ramen? Oh yeah, and you know his anxiety is real high. With his squeaky mouth moves, he can't even look at her when he asking a question. Right? He got to look down. He said a ramen. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. Benny, do y'all have ramen noodles? Here they like the cheapest meal that you could get. That is noodles with a little pack of seasoning that costs about 39 cents. They cost about 39 cents. The kids love them. Don't get me wrong. Got a whole bunch of salt in them. And you boil it and it makes like it's noodles in a packet, right? Like I said, it costs 39 cents in most places for one pack. Did he just call that dinner? He cooked dinner? Most people just put those in the microwave, but okay. I can't believe he said that. He should have said he cooked him a snack or he just cooked something. He even went specific and said a ramen. Ugh. I know. It's just going to raise people blood pressure. The kids love them, though. That's what I will say. My girls, they like them. But we don't call that dinner. We call that a snack. Okay.
it was time for her to start getting ready for bed. Her mom got home basically just as we were starting Sister Act.
Okay.
And that was just about bedtime.
What time is bedtime?
Usually 10:30, 11ish, something
Okay.
like that. It's a spectrum, not a set time.
Mm-hmm. Then, so who's going through the bedtime routine? Because I know she said she has somewhat of a little routine too that she does. Is it her? Are you talking about? Or?
Routine is taking her meds, eating some food so that she can have the proper calories for the meds. And then she's got about an hour to do whatever she needs to do because she needs to fall asleep at that point.
Okay, gotcha.
Her bedtime routine is taking her bedtime meds, brushing her hair. She should have showered that night. And then she goes to bed as well. Usually with some bombs or something on in the background. Scribbles.
Got it. What are the sleeping arrangements?
Typically sleeps in her mom's bed with her.
Okay. Did she sleep in her bed Sunday night?
No. I was just back. I had been away for a couple months. I wanted us all to be in the same bed together. So her mom needed to get some serious sleep. So she said no to that and suggested that the guest room upstairs had a big enough bed. So needed some snuggle, cuddle time that would suffice and get to sleep in peace.
Okay. So you say snuggle time. What does that mean?
Does not like to be alone. She is extremely dependent. She does not like to be alone at all. She needs human presence around her. Basically.
Gotcha. She's right. She just turned.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've been trying to wean her off of that, but it's been difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, guys. I'm sorry. I gotta pause this, and I hope y'all correct me if I'm wrong. Did I just hear this man talk about the 13-year-old needed snuggle time, and they were trying to wean her off this? and that the mom needed some rest. So Maddie or Madeline went upstairs to sleep with him. Let me know if I heard that correct. Do I need to rewind? Because I'm having problems now. I'm having problems, and I don't know if y'all having problems with this information too. Like I said, it's my first time listening to this. He left his parents. Then he said he left his parents Sunday morning, and it takes 3 hours of travel time to get to kiss me. So where was he, and what was he doing all day? I'm sorry. Oh, I heard it correct, Benny. Okay, so I'm in my mind, being a mom with girls, why are you offering your daughter to go lay up in the bed with some man? And then furthermore, he said that in the beginning portion of his statement, he said that Maddie would sleep with the mom, right? So if Maddie's sleeping with the mom, where are you sleeping? Where are you and the mom having y'all time at? Like these are raising red flags with me. Now, it's to my understanding, I'll put this disclosure out there that the mom has not been charged with anything. But I don't know. We got a law that says charged with not good parenting. Like this almost seems like maybe she was indirectly grooming. Yeah, all three were in the bed. Like, where were we doing that at? Like, what is going on here? I mean, that's just like totally unacceptable. And he down for it. I wish I would. The man should be charged with child neglect, right? Like the mom should be charged with child neglect. I tell you, I wouldn't be surprised if it does not happen. I don't know. But right now, I know she's not charged with anything, but that is concerning to me. That's concerning to me by being a mom and hearing that this mom was letting her 13-year-old daughter, that's when they start sprouting out. They coming into their womanhood, and nowadays, kids that used to look like they was 13, they look like they 16 now, right? Especially little girls. I'm telling you, it's more to this. It's more to this story beyond everything that we're going to see in the trial and everything. It's more to this. Okay. I'm going to complete playing like he know her whole bedtime routine. And had the nerve to say they was about to watch Sister Act. Then he says the mom would be medicated and asleep. Then it's up to them. Girl, bye. Ain't happening. It's not gonna happen. That's why women got to be careful of the men that they allow into their home with their children around. And that's not just for little girls, that's for little boys too. Like, this should be a warning and a look, because they have been together, from my understanding, for 5 years, y'all. 5 years. So I don't know. Yeah, they have been together for 5 years. We'll talk about that more later as we go into the case. But let me go ahead and I'm gonna play some more, and hopefully I don't hear nothing else disturbing where I have to cut in and say something, because y'all know how I can get. All right, here we go.
What about her father, biological father?
He lives in Kansas or Texas right now, but I think he's on his way down to help.
Gotcha. Okay.
Last I heard.
All right. So says you go up so you can spend her time, snuggle time with you to help her go to sleep. Is that right?
Just bedtime. Yeah.
Bedtime. Okay. did you stay in the room the entire night?
Yeah, he helping her go to sleep, all right. Doing inappropriate things with her to make her go to sleep. You can't be for real. I can't believe he even made that statement right there, y'all. I know the cop like, repeating back. Y'all hear the cop like repeating back what he said, because he can't even comprehend that this man saying this stuff coming out his mouth to help her go to sleep. Huh? All right. Oh gosh. Okay. I'm gonna try to save. We got time in this video, so I'm gonna try to save, but y'all know how it can be. All right.
Night?
Not the entire night. I'm usually up and down sometimes. So I might go grab a drink or something, or yeah, I'm up and down sometimes.
Gotcha. But you didn't at any point go sleep in bed?
No.
Okay. All right. So the night goes on, morning time comes around, and it's time for to go to school. Walk me through that a little bit.
Morning routine. She usually starts waking up. We set about 3 alarms. First one goes off and we let her keep snoozing.
Do you remember what time her alarm goes off? What?
Not really. Maybe 7:30ish. I'm not sure. Alarm goes off. We let her snooze about 3 times while we start getting ourselves ready. And after the 3rd snooze, it's time for her to get up for real and start getting ready. Typically, she will shower the night before, so she needs to brush her hair, brush her teeth, excuse me, get her book bag together, eat some breakfast if she's going to eat there, and then we eventually make our way out the door.
Okay. So walk me through, like, you leave, you take her to school in your car?
Yeah.
Okay. And what kind of car do you have?
It's a Lincoln. It's actually my parents' car because my car is down south. It needs maintenance, and we're scared to drive it too much. So I'm driving a Lincoln right now. Got out early. The plan was to get some McDonald's on the way. So we got out nice and early.
Do you remember what time you left, roughly?
Not 100%.
Okay.
I'm sorry. My memory has not been super reliable.
No, that's fine.
But it was early. Maybe 7:30, 7:45, something like that. I'm not sure. I'm honestly not certain.
That's fine.
The plan
was awake when you guys left?
Semi-awake. I was giving her updates as we were going along. Getting ready, she's getting dressed. We're leaving now. Goodbye. But she was sleeping in, so I was just giving her little updates and poking my head in as we went. But we leave the house. We start making our way to the school. Asleep in the car for most of the time. We make our way over towards her school area. I ask her if she's still in the mood for McDonald's. She says no. She doesn't want it anymore. Okay. Continued on. It was still pretty early though, I think. We still had some time to kill. It wasn't really time to drop her off yet. I had apparently forgotten my clicker key fob for the gate. So I ended up actually turning around at some point and going back to the community to get the clicker. I had to use my parking sticker to get in for the guy to scan. I had some errands to run afterwards, and I wanted to have my fob. But we still had plenty of time as far as I knew. So we did that. Grabbed the clicker, left again, and that's when we drove over to her school area, and I dropped her off where I dropped her off.
Okay. you remember where you dropped her off?
Yeah, it was the stretch of road. I forget there's a street name. It was the stretch of road that the school is on. Make a right onto it. It goes down a little ways. There's some communities over here. And up further, there's a church. And then there's the overpass and the school on the other side of the overpass right there. I dropped her off on that stretch where the communities are.
Was she by herself when you dropped her, or was her friends there?
Yeah, she was by herself. She said she was going to go find her friends and hang out, wait for them to show up.
Okay.
It was still early.
Where did you go after that? Like, did you see her walk towards the...
I saw her making her way towards the direction of the school, but she was like kind of shuffle step. She was meandering her way there. She was rummaging through her backpack for something. I assume she was looking for headphones, maybe. But as it turns out, she did leave her phone at home that day, so she might have actually been looking for her phone.
Gotcha, okay. What was she wearing when she left, or when you dropped her off?
Green hoodie, black shorts, black or blue, black shorts, white Crocs.
White Crocs, okay. All right, so she's walking towards the school. Do you continue straight when you leave? Or do you turn around?
I turned around and went back the other way. I was watching her in my rearview mirror, and she was going the right direction, so it looked okay.
And where did you go after that?
The next stop I wanted to go to was the vape shop. It opened at 10, so I had a little while, so I just kind of meandered around and eventually made my way over there to wait for it to open. It didn't open when it was supposed to, so I left and came home, and then went back about an hour later when I was sure it would have to be open at that point. Got what I needed there, and made my way back to home again. Relaxed and hung out with her for a while. Seems like any other morning.
When you got back home after dropping off at school, was she home at the time?
I think she was on her way home. I think that she had a blood appointment, and we were both kind of going to arrive very shortly with some time with each other.
Okay. So when you got home, both of you got home, walk me through the rest of the day.
Just hung out, chit-chatted. I mean, I don't know. It's not much to recollect.
But you stayed at home pretty much all day, or no?
Pretty much until maybe noon-ish or 1 o'clock. I had a few errands to run, but I wanted to be back in time for us to go pick up from school. So I just ran up and down 192. Ended up getting flat at some point, which made me somewhere along 192.
192 is a big road.
It is, and honestly, it all looks the same to me. So I've been asked, do you remember what plaza you were next to, what color? And I'm like, I'm ADD as it is, and I was in a medicated fog for the better part of a week. I'm lucky I remember what color I'm wearing right now.
Do you remember what errands you were running?
Yeah, I wanted to go check out some game shops.
Where were these game shops?
There's Coliseum of Comics, there's House Rule Games nearby. A lot of the Targets and Walmarts carry the game I was looking forward to. It just had a new release on Friday, so even though I don't have much in the way of money right now, I still wanted to look and see what the situation is.
It's always nice to window shop.
It is. And I'm a serial consumer. So I was just driving around up and down 192, sort of just aimlessly, honestly. Just killing time till it was time to go back.
All right, so when you got home, did you go pick up from school?
So I got home, it was 10 minutes later than I had wanted to leave to go get Just about 10 minutes. I called her and said, "Hey, where are you? I'm so sorry. I got a flat." She already left. She had been gone for 10 minutes. It didn't make sense for her to come back and get me. She likes to be the first in line when the kids start coming out.
Okay. Then obviously wasn't at school. So what happened? Did call you after that or what?
I was already on the phone with her while she was waiting. We were just chit-chatting. We do that. We just keep each other company even if we're not physically together. You know? And she's like, "Where's my kid? Not coming out." And that's when we started asking questions, you know. Did she go somewhere else? Did she know that you were going to come pick her up? Did she possibly walk to her grandma's house or her grandma's office, which has kind of been what she's been doing for the past week because her mom has started working a new schedule. So we started making all the calls. And no one had seen her yet. And so that's when we started getting a lot more concerned and panicked. She drove around a little more, looking for her, looking along the walking paths, and didn't see anything. Went to her mom's, grandma's, went to mom's office, not there, waited around, not there, went back to the school, not there. At that point, the whole family started rallying up and going to meet at the mom's office. And, I think that it was around that time we might have called 911 as well.
Gotcha. Okay. Going back to bringing to school, how was she like on the car ride there?
Just calmed down, sleeping. Just sleeping along the way. She does that.
How often have you taken her to school?
Not often, honestly. This might have been my third or fourth morning school run. I'm not normally the one to do it.
And on the other occasions, has she had you drop her off in and around the same location, or how does that?
She has this image thing. I guess it's just a middle school thing. She only likes to be seen getting out of certain cars in front of the school. Her mom's is acceptable, but mine's, I guess, kind of a hoopty, and she's embarrassed by it.
Lincoln? What does her mom drive?
A nice looking Sentra. So yeah, this is not the first time she's asked me to drop her off a little ways down so she could walk up and look cool.
So you say she was conked out on the way there. You said you took her to school, or you were on her way to school. You needed to turn around to get your clicker.
Correct.
Was she sleeping then too?
She was. Yeah.
Okay.
It had been an early morning, so I figured it'd be fine to let her sleep in the car ride.
Okay. When you got back to the apartment complex, or did you go in the front gate, or because I know there's the front entrance and then the back entrance?
When I came back after forgetting my phone.
Yeah. So which way did you leave?
I would have had to go in the front.
Okay.
And the guy scanned it. And I got in and got my fob and left. I don't remember if I left out the front or the back.
Did you stop anywhere else in?
No.
No.
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. Did you take any trash out from the apartment?
The night before, I think I did. I'm not sure. I took the trash out at some point, but I don't remember if it was the night before or it was the morning of. Yeah, sometimes we get trash bags piling up by the door. It stresses her mom out to see them.
Is there like a common trash place, or like is there a dumpster somewhere that people take their trash to?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that where you took the trash out?
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't remember if that was Sunday night or Monday morning?
It could have been Sunday night. I don't recall. I'm sorry, I was in fog.
Well, okay. So where do you think it is? You don't know?
Supposedly they got video of her walking past the church or waiting at the church for a while and then leaving.
How's your relationship with her?
Great. I'm one of her favorite people in the world. Even though she's not my flesh and blood, you know, I've always loved her as if she was my own. I've raised her as best I could. Co-parenting, is what we call it. I've known her for half her life.
Gotcha. Okay. How old are you?
I'm 37, about to be 38.
You seem like a genuinely nice person.
I try to be.
Talks very highly of you. So the morning that you took to school, when you came back to get your clicker, what was saying in the car?
She wasn't saying anything. She was just asleep. She was just reclined in the chair, sleeping.
Okay, explain to me, like reclining backwards?
Just laying back in the chair. Just like that, I guess.
Okay. All right. Stuff on here. I'm too old to lie to people. Too old to beat around the bush. And we seem like we're having a generally good conversation right now. Okay. The only thing that I ask for from you is, and I will reciprocate, I want you to be honest with me as much as I'm being honest with you. Okay. There's cameras in all over the place, as you can imagine. Nowadays, cameras are everywhere. Okay. So we see you coming in and out of at the guard shack in the car. Okay. We see you go by the dumpster. Okay.
I may have taken some trash with me then.
What was in the trash?
House trash.
House trash?
Yeah. So it must have been that morning then. We'll toss trash bags on the back seat, and wherever we're going on our way out, we'll drop that on the way. I think I may have mentioned to her mom that I took the trash out for her. I'll have to double check.
Okay. Was everything in trash bags?
I'm sorry?
Was everything in trash bags, or was there any items that were just tossed along with the bag?
I think it would have been trash bags or maybe some boxes too. Okay. Some birthday stuff, leftovers. I can't remember exactly what.
Okay. When you dropped off for school, did she have her backpack with her?
Yes.
She did. Did she have her school computer with her?
Yes. Presumably, yes.
Presumably. Okay.
She should have.
Once again, this goes back with the whole honesty thing. there was things in that trash bag that got thrown away that probably shouldn't have been thrown away. Okay. We'll get that in a minute. But right now, our main focus is finding where he is. That is our number one focus right now. Okay. Do you have any idea where she may be?
No.
None whatsoever.
No.
Okay. All right. Do you know treated you kind of like her father figure?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And sounds like she almost kind of wanted you to be her dad. And from what it sounds like, you were playing that figure, and something may have happened. Do you think anything happened?
I don't think so. I don't think what could have happened.
Okay. All right. Do you know anybody that lives in St. Cloud? Do you know where St. Cloud is?
St. Cloud, that's north or south? Or?
East.
East.
East of Kissimmee.
I haven't been out there too much. Yeah, I'm familiar with St. Cloud.
Okay. Whereabouts in St. Cloud? Like, do you know friends out there, or?
I don't have any friends really. I've driven out there a few times before. Mostly just when I'm meandering up and down 192.
Were you out there this week?
Yeah. Yeah, I was out there sometime this week. Sometimes I just drive and meander around and explore. And drive till I don't know where I am, and drive till I know where I am again. And I don't know, just driving it's peaceful sometimes.
All right.
If I got time to kill, I'll just drive around.
Mm-hmm. All right. So you're saying when you dropped her off, she had her backpack.
Mm-hmm.
Presumably her school computer was in her backpack.
Mm-hmm.
And you described her wearing a green jacket, some kind of dark colored shorts, and white Crocs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I can confidently tell you she did not go to school with her backpack.
How's that?
Because we found it in the trash. So, Stefan, here's what I'm asking you and pleading with you is to dig down and do some soul searching. Okay? You understand? Family's pleading with you. I'm pleading with you because this is a girl that we need to find. And it's, as more time goes by, it's tough. I have kids, he's got kids. And this little girl's out there somewhere that we need to know where. And I really, really, really think you can help us. I mean, you want to get something off your chest. I don't know what it is, but I'm pleading with you.
I don't know where it is. I don't.
What happened with
I dropped her off.
Mm-hmm. Where?
I dropped her off on the road to school. That was the last I saw her.
Did sometime throughout the night on Sunday, did you guys have any interaction, conversations?
What, like fight?
No, I'm not saying fight. I'm just. Did you guys sit up and talk, or?
We talked while I was making ramen. She was excited about her choir performance coming up. She was singing a little bit. I told her it was pretty. It reminded me of Sister Act. That's why I wanted to show her that movie. Just talking about a crush she had on the boy.
How'd that make you feel?
Fine. She knows she's not old enough to date, but I told her crush on. Get your crush. That's healthy.
Do you think, had she had any boyfriends in the past?
So I had to pause it. I paused it right there, guys. Because okay, so earlier when we were listening to this interview, the detective asked him specifically, "Did you take out any garbage at the house?" Right? Did you take out anything? And he was kind of like, I don't know, I might have he didn't know, right? Because the detectives knew that they had already had this video footage of him taking stuff out in the trash. And did this man just say she wasn't allowed to have a boyfriend? The reason why she wasn't allowed to have a boyfriend is because he was doing inappropriate things with her and he didn't want her to have a boyfriend. Because he considered himself the boyfriend. And do y'all notice that he called her the kid at different points in times, like trying to distance himself away from her? Like they didn't talk. Like, really, this is what we doing? Like, I just can't believe it. And you see he getting real uncomfortable because he adjusted that hat and the detective tired of playing games with him. Like, where is she at? Right, Benny? I know. Right. And and it also, his first, even though it was a small change in his story, it was a change, right? He adds to his story that he stopped at a food stop after the drop off. Talking about he thought he sat in the parking lot for a while. Like, really, dude? Like, either you did or you didn't. I mean, it's a small change, but it's a change, right? So, I don't know why he's trying to distance himself from her. I mean, remember, she needed you for snuggle time to go to sleep at night. So now, why all of a sudden now is she the kid and y'all don't talk? But y'all was going to watch Sister Act together the night before. She was excited about her choir performance later that week. But now, since we pushing back, we pushing on you in regards to the details of where she at. Now you pushing back like you don't know her. And then had the nerve to say that she wasn't his flesh and blood. He was trying to co-parent. Yeah, you was trying to co-parent, all right. And poor mama, she just sitting around there. And I ain't heard him say nothing about no job. Where is the job? I mean, it's so inconsistent, or he giving all these base statements during this portion. Let's see what else he has to say. I know it's kind of hard to hear. I have been trying to play with the volume on my end. Benny said he never worked. He a bum, right? Bum. We putting him in the bum category. Yeah, we get women and men out here that just don't want to work. It sound like he had way too much time on his hands. I wonder how the mama worked. Did she work many jobs, or she just worked one? Like, I wonder what her situation was like. And hopefully we will find out more as we investigate and gather all the documentation that may be or maybe put into the case when we go see the trial, right? The first trial, remember, just a reminder, is going to be the sexual assault or the sexual portion of this part, right? He has about 60 counts that he's facing. And then the other trial is going to be in another county. And that's why it's 2 separate trials, because where Maddie was found was in one county and the sexual part happened in a different county. So they have to do 2 different trials. So you said she never worked either. Oh, she just started right before this job. Benny said before this happened. Oh gosh. Well, where was she at? I don't know. I can't explain what these people be doing. Let's see what else he got to say.
Not per se, you know, boyfriends as however they can be early on, but we decided that she was too young, needed to avoid that BS.
Being that she's too young, so she shouldn't be having sex with boys.
She's all the drama in middle school and all that stuff. None of it counts. It's real. I just told her she'd be better off waiting till high school.
Has she ever talked to you about boys?
A little bit sometimes. A little bit.
Has she ever? Because I had the same thing. Has she ever disclosed to you about being sexually active with boys?
No.
Do you know if she's ever been sexually active with anybody in the past?
Not that I'm aware of. I heard there was some sort of incident when she was much younger where she did something with the phone or a camera but got scolded for it. She was very young. She didn't know. She got scolded for it though. I wasn't around then. But it's vague. It's just remembering what someone said offhand.
All right. What happened to your hand?
Flat tire. I haven't changed a flat tire in about 10 years. So I made a rookie mistake and had my thumb too close to where the jack and the frame meet. And it slipped and the frame came down on my thumb and pinned it between the jack, which I feel like I got off surprisingly light with that.
Ouch.
I yanked it free. You're not supposed to do that. It looks okay. Just got the worst of it. Some bruising under the nail.
What about the other scratches?
Courtesy of a janky tire iron and the road.
Did you bleed at all?
Yeah, this one had some blood and this one had some blood, but not much. It clotted fast.
Do you know what popped your tire at all?
No idea. Tire just started going floppy and then
Pretty worn out or
way
something?
floppier and then just completely freaking separated. Thank God we had a spare and a jack. Janky as it was.
So typically when changing a tire and stuff, you tend to get brake dust and dirty and all that.
Yeah.
Did you happen to?
Positive that I breathed in some freaking brake dust or tire dust or something because I was coughing the rest of the afternoon.
What'd you end up doing to clean up or stop the bleeding and stuff?
Nothing, actually. Just
You didn't
went
get too
home
dirty?
and washed my hands and that was it.
Your clothes get all messed up and all, or?
Not bad, surprisingly.
What were you wearing, by chance?
This. So I think I'm still wearing this. I'm still wearing the same clothes.
Oh, so you kept pretty clean.
Try to, I guess.
You weren't wearing a red shirt?
I was wearing a red shirt early in the morning. But I changed clothes later because that shirt was in a couple days old at that point. And the flat tire happened after that.
Did the flat tire happen before or after you dropped off to school?
After.
After?
It was sometime afternoon between noon and like 2:30. I don't know how long it took me to fix it.
And you changed your shirt before or after going back to get the gate clicker?
I don't recall. Maybe after. I can't. I'm so sorry. I'm medicated. I've been medicated all week. My memory is just not as reliable as I would like it to be right now. You know, I was in a fog and half asleep that morning as it was.
Walk to the car on her own when you took her to school?
Yes.
What are you thinking about?
Sorry, I'm spacing out here. Long day, no sleep.
Who else has access to your car? Are you the only one that drives it?
My parents have access.
But here in Kissimmee?
Yeah, Kissimmee, I'm pretty much the only one with access to it.
So safe to say you'd be the only male driving that Lincoln?
Presumably, yes.
All right, I want to get back a little bit to your relationship with you saying she's not allowed to have boyfriends or anything like that.
She can have crushes. She likes them.
All right, have you and her ever exchanged, like, do you guys exchange text messages? How do you guys communicate?
FaceTime. She'll FaceTime me at night when I'm not around before bedtime to say goodnight. You know, talk to her and her mom. And sometimes we don't even talk about anything. We'll just sit there doing our own thing and just with each other's faces on the phone. Just spending time, you know.
What happened? So the deputies made a comment. So what happened to your phone?
No idea what happened to my phone. I was pushing off doing this update for a while and I ended up trying to do it. I don't know what the hell, my head being in the state it was, I wasn't paying attention. I ended up somehow doing some sort of option that updated the OS, but it ended up like wiping my phone at the same time. Even just now, the phone that my dad gave me and set up for me, I literally just pulled it out of my pocket and the sucker was reinitializing again. So I don't know if it's just me and technology right now, or I'm just not paying attention, or.
Did that happen once to your phone, or how many times do you think you updated your phone?
I think I tried to update it twice, and I don't know what happened.
Okay, and from what I understand, that you gave the deputies consent to look through your phone. You did, okay. And you voluntarily gave it to them so they could bring you here to do the extraction and stuff like that. Okay. What do you think was on the phone?
Text messages. Emails. Phone stuff.
Pictures?
Oh, yeah.
What kind of pictures were on there?
Training card pictures, lightsaber pictures, Disney pictures.
You have a Google account?
Yeah.
Do you save pictures to your Google account?
Sometimes.
Or is it automatically? I know sometimes phones sync to a cloud and.
Yeah, I think it backs up to Google.
And then sometimes when you reset your phone and your phone updates and puts these apps back on your phone, sometimes they will put the images back on your phone.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you have any pictures on your phone?
Oh, I assume so.
Do you have any pictures of you on your phone?
Probably. I mean, we went to Disney, took selfies on the train. She got back from Puerto Rico and had her hair braided. We got pictures of that. All sorts of pictures. Family events. I'm not as much of a shutterbug as her mom, but take them every once in a while.
Any other pictures that you think of? Here's where I'm going to be brutally honest with you. There's pictures of you on your phone. And I'm pretty sure you know what some of those pictures are about. You're a very intelligent person. And I don't want you to discredit yourself by saying you don't know about all the pictures that are on your phone. You understand what I'm saying? So do you want to add to the list of pictures?
I don't know. Should I be talking with a lawyer right now?
I can't answer that question. My sole purpose right now is to see if I can find where it is. And I'm really hoping you can help me.
Okay. Well, I'd like to try to help, but I feel like I should probably have a lawyer present at this point.
So you want an attorney?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. That can happen. I want to let you know you're not free to leave. You're being detained, okay? Do you want to know what you're being detained for?
Yeah.
Capital sexual battery and possession of child pornography.
Okay.
So we're going to step out. If you need anything, please tap on this door, okay? And there's going to be detectives outside that will be able to assist you.
Okay.
Well, good luck to you, Mr. Is it Stearns?
Yeah.
Stern.
So I'm just kind of muting that while we're waiting to see. But y'all see, he didn't lawyer. He asked for a lawyer, right? This just ridiculous because he knew what he had did, right? He know that he had some involvement with this, right? Why didn't you just ask for a lawyer in the beginning? Like, why go through all of that? He know better than anybody. He know better than the detective. I think that people think, whether they're guilty or not guilty, that not having a lawyer makes them more favorable in the police eyes or the detective eyes. But that's simply not true. Whether you're guilty or not guilty, you should have your lawyer present, right? There's just no way you should not be without your lawyer, especially not in a situation like this. Let's see. We ain't gonna sit up here and watch him looking silly. I'll fast forward through this part. Unless y'all want, I don't want to see him sitting up here looking silly. Look at him. Yeah, this whole interrogation, this is going to be played in court. He waived his rights. He done gave up his phone. He thought that they weren't going to be able to find all the inappropriate pictures of him and his little girl on there. Yeah, he's so tired. What he's so tired from? Probably ain't been had a chance to get no sleep. So they about to take pictures of him. Benny says he can talk his way out of it. Quick search.
Let's strap in here.
Give me an answer. Which part, Mark?
What?
Do I need to read?
Oh, but yeah.
The whole thing?
Yep.
All right, so in the name of the state of Florida, all right, any sworn Kissimmee police officer, Osceola County Sheriff's Deputy, Orange County Deputy, sworn investigator of the State Attorney's Office of the Ninth Judicial Circuit Court of Florida, special agent of Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FDLE, or any sworn police officer, deputy sheriff acting under a mutual aid or cooperation agreement with the Sheriff's Office of Osceola County. Whereas before me, the Honorable Judge, it's hard to read his handwriting, of the Ninth Judicial Circuit of Orange County, Osceola County, the sworn written application affidavit search warrant has been made on this date by Detective Moore of the Kissimmee Police Department, assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division. And whereas the facts made known in this application and search warrant, there may be cause to certify and find probable cause to believe that certain evidence, to wit, DNA, genetic material, buccal swabs from you, Stephen Michael Stearns, blood, saliva, or epithelial cells to be collected from you, Michael Stearns, photographs and swabs of your penis, and clothing worn by you as of right now. All right, this is evidence. This is believed to be evidence of the felony crime that we've already talked about that took place in Florida, which is a violation of statute 794-0114B and 827-0715A, prohibiting the crimes of sexual battery, possession of material depicting sexual performance of a child. Currently exists within Orange and Osceola County, and is presently believed to be under your control, Stephen Michael Stearns, and that the law relating to said offenses are possessed on you, who is more specifically desired below, and then it has your name and date of birth and social. So Stephen Michael Stearns is your first name, social, date of birth 4/25/1986, and you're a white male, black hair, brown eyes, 6'2". Now therefore, the law enforcement officer named above, which such lawful assistance as may be necessary, you are here commanded in daytime, nighttime, or on Sunday, as the agencies of the situation may require, to enter and search the above listed person that we talked about earlier, with the taking of the DNA material, buccal cells, through a buccal swab, which will be done by the appropriate personnel and will involve no unreasonable intrusion into or upon the body of you, Michael Stearns, for which the evidence is to be collected. The person and evidence requested is reasonably believed to be engaged in or connection with the said illegal activity we talked about earlier. For this evidence described in this warrant and in the same of any part thereof to be found, you are hereby authorized to seize, secure, collect, photograph, examine, analysis, and videotape said evidence in this search warrant. All right, after we're done, a proper inventory receipt will be given for any evidence or property seized, and a completed duplicate copy of this search warrant will be delivered to you in control of the property searched, or in the absence of any such, we will leave a copy, but you're here today, so we'll give you a copy of the search warrant. All right. And then it just states that we have to do the search warrant return within 10 days after executing the search warrant as of today. All right. This will be your copy here. So go ahead and stand up. She's going to go ahead and take some pictures of you.
You can stand just in front of the wall here. And if you could put your hands out like this and turn them over. You don't want to kick off his watch. Yeah, that'll work. And your hat also, please. Okay, if you could open your mouth. You can take off your shirt. Okay. Your shoes. Here you go. Okay, go ahead and turn around, face the wall. Put your hands behind your back. Put them together like you're praying. There you go, just like that. Go ahead and spread your feet for me. Thank you. Oh, wait, let me get a picture. I just want to see something real quick. Did you get a really good picture of this right here? This whole area. Here's the right hand. It's probably under the. Yeah, I just want to make sure. Okay, that area too, please. Can you take one like that, please?
Hey, turn around, Steven.
Good. Did you guys get a picture of his car on his stomach?
She got a full buckle, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
off your ankles or your toes.
Try not to let the pants touch the ground, please. What's this in this pocket here? Just your wallet?
Yeah.
Lift your foot, please. You got it. We need to search these again before you take them to make sure that there's nothing else in there. What do you think? I just want to make sure that we search these again before she submits them. Is there anything else in these pants that we need to know about?
Just as long as you get underwear, you guys want that.
Yes, we do.
Wow. So all the way down to the boxers, right? Oh boy. I tell you. I don't know. So did y'all notice any inconsistent statement? I know y'all did. During this interrogation, right? And it's gonna be used, right, in regards to his credibility. I mean, I can point out a couple inconsistencies that I've seen, even in regards to the garbage. In regards to him, he made a stop in between that he didn't state. The reason why he, which is really important, he reset his whole phone, right? Thinking it was going to wipe away the data. They can pull all that data. That's why he gave them his phone with no consent, thinking that they weren't going to be able to find all those pictures and photos. And they actually have photos of Maddie on there. Right. So his initial charge where they arrested him right now, which is the case that we're going to be looking at, the trial that we're going to see later on this month, is for the SEX assault case, right? So this is why they initially arrested him. So after looking at his video, do you think he was being very cold and detached from this situation? Let's put some ice cubes in the chat room if y'all feel like he was being cold.
with all kinds of people. So.
So let me ask you, Benny, did you hear anything that I was saying before? I'm just curious, only because I looked to go mute my mic and it looked like it was already muted. You know, I be muting everything. You can't hear me. Well, I don't know what's the last part you heard, but I was spitting out some truths. Oh gosh, my bad, guys. That's okay. I probably think of it what I said before and say it again. So if y'all hear me repeat something, it's probably because of that. I am going to go ahead and we're going to play the video of the mom. You say you and your mic. Now we can hear that. I know I keep mute. I mute myself. I'm so sorry. But I was just going. I was just ranting on this guy, Mr. Stefan. I guess his name is not Stephen. He's Stefan, Mr. Stefan, and I'm gonna have to remember that. But let's go and see what does the mama know? What does she say? Let's get some ideas in regards to why the detectives did not charge her, right? Because I heard that from what I can hear, her statements are really, 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 really questionable. But let's hear and let's see if we can get an idea. Put on your investigation hats. Let's go. Wait a minute. I think my thing just muting now. So y'all just look, right? The time that this interview is taking place is on March 1st, 2024. The time is at 12:46 in the afternoon. I could tell this afternoon because it's still light outside. If it was 12:46 in the evening, then through these shades, it would be dark. That time is going to be very important later in our stream. So just keep note of that. Remember, this is at 12:46 on March 1st. Okay. I'm going to mute up now for real.
Told you. My name's Kevin. I work for the Orange County Sheriff's Office. I'm Matt. Detective Smallwood from Kissimmee. The goal, obviously, Kissimmee Police Department's doing most of this investigation. We're at the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Our people, we have resources out there, obviously doing active. So it's kind of a joint effort. So Detective Smallwood's kind of, we're going to go read through the timeline of everything else. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're going to go from there. All right.
You want me to go through the whole timeline?
Yeah,
Is that what
we'll start with Sunday. Take me through Sunday.
Okay. Sunday. Can I have tissue?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, grab some. So actual tissues?
No.
I can give you this whole roll.
So Sunday, birthday party. She spent the whole day at my mom's house. We celebrated with the whole family. I was at work. I just started a new job last week or the week before.
Okay. Where's that at?
Walt Disney World at Coronado Springs, front desk concierge.
Okay.
I was finishing up my last day of, no, it wasn't even my last day of training. I was still in the middle of training. Sunday in the middle of training, I couldn't miss to go to her birthday party. So I went to work. I was with my family all day. She had the best day. She was so happy when I got home and I saw her. At my house around 8:30 that night. I wasn't home. She got dropped off alone. About 10 to 15 minutes later, Stefan showed up.
At your house in Kissimmee?
At my house in Kissimmee, he called me. Or he texted me, I don't remember. But he let me know he was there and that she was getting ready for bed. She was doing her routine. So she took her nighttime meds and she got in the shower to get ready for bed.
What meds? What does she take?
She takes hydroxyzine.
Okay. What is it for?
It's for anxiety and for sleep.
Okay.
Now, could she take that by herself, or would he have given that to her?
I think she took it by herself. She got home and she had already taken it.
How do you know that?
That's what he told me.
That's what he told you. Okay.
He was there when you got home? You got home, they were already at the apartment? Okay.
I don't like her taking her meds without somebody visually watching her, because I don't want her to accidentally grab the wrong pill. She's comfortable enough to grab the pill while, but I'm like, no, I need to watch you take them.
Is there ever been an issue with that in the past where she took too many or took the wrong thing? Or just like a thought in your mind?
No, just a thought in my mind, just me being hypervigilant. I want to physically watch her take her meds and watch her grab two, take them. I don't ever want there to be an accident of she took too many or she took, my biggest fear is that she would take Adderall by accident, her daytime meds.
Got it.
I got home around 10:30. I started getting ready for bed myself. I started eating and taking my meds because I have to take meds. When I went to take my meds, I realized, oh my God, I forgot to take my Saturday night's meds, which is why I felt so weird and so abnormal and not myself Sunday while I was at work. Everyone at work noticed I was acting different and not being myself. Like I couldn't smile in front of the guests. I felt this wave of depression that I haven't felt in years. It was my bipolar symptoms coming up again, but I've been medicating myself for all this time. I realized I forgot to take my meds, and I said, you guys, I need a good night's sleep. I need to take my meds. I sent them to sleep upstairs in the guest bedroom so that I could get a good night's sleep. Suggested that we all sleep together in the same bed together, but not the easiest person to sleep with. She rolls around, she punches, she kicks. We have a king size bed and she typically sleeps on one side and she'll end up on my side when we wake up.
Okay.
So I asked her, I'm like, no, please, I need a good night's sleep. If you guys can go upstairs and let me sleep. I had asked Stefan to take her to school in the morning.
We'll go to Sunday. So Sunday you took your meds. What meds, if you don't mind me asking, what meds do you take? And like, how does it put you to sleep deep? Does it help you fall asleep or does it help regulate you? What kind of happens when you take the meds?
So they do all of the above. They make me sleepy. They help me stay asleep and they help me function. So I'm stable all day. They only work well if I've got a good night's sleep and if I've eaten with them the night before when I take them or the night I take them. The medication is called Geodon. Generic brand is called Ziprazidone. I took my meds and then I told them to start getting ready for bed, to start heading upstairs and get ready because it was already almost 11 o'clock. It's past her bedtime. She needs to go to sleep. So I sent them upstairs. I think he may have come down at one point to pee before bed, and then he went back upstairs. He uses my restroom because the roommates upstairs don't want to share a restroom with a male. Yeah, so he uses my restroom. Sorry, where did I?
You're fine. Sunday night he came downstairs, maybe overnight to use the restroom.
Yeah, and then he went back upstairs and they went to sleep. Or where I think they went to sleep.
Okay.
I went to sleep. I was woken up at some time. For the longest time, I've been saying he woke me up at 8 o'clock in the morning because I assumed he was taking her to school and getting ready for school. But in reality, I don't know what time he woke me up. The sun was out a little bit. It was still a little dark. And I was very sleepy when I got up. I was kind of drunk. But he came in to walk the dog, to put the leash on the dog and walk him.
Was the dog in the room with you?
Yes.
So did he wake you up on purpose or was it just kind of like the causation of him opening the door and you realizing somebody was there?
Yeah, the causation of him putting the leash on the dog because the way the dog reacted, he gets very nervous and will urinate. If you put the leash on him too directly, you have to like be nice and talk to him. He's a very, he's a nervous dog, yeah. So I got up to try to help him and he said, no, go back to sleep. I'm fine, I got this. And I said, are you sure? He said, yeah. So I laid back down and went to sleep. I heard noise in the kitchen, but I'm not sure who it could have been getting ready, but it could have been Stefan, it could have been any of my roommates. I fell asleep again and I didn't wake up, I think, until 9 o'clock in the morning.
Did you ever leave the bedroom in that time frame?
No.
So he came in, you were kind of woken up based on him interacting with the dog, but you stayed in bed, you didn't leave the bedroom. So if you woke up at like 9, so you never.
That morning.
Monday morning.
No.
So the last time you would have been Sunday evening?
Sunday.
Okay. You're fine.
I want to see her.
Take a minute. Okay? While you take a minute, I was going to ask you earlier, has anybody reached out to you during the time that you've been investigating this to talk about Maddie or anything else? Negative, positive, neutral?
My best friends have all been in contact with me just to try to help me. There's like, setting up Facebook groups, flyers,
No negative interactions with the public or anything? Nobody's like reached out with tips or accusations or anything like that?
not that I've seen. I've been avoiding social media because my family's telling me to not go on.
Would you be okay with our digital people looking at your phone to verify there's no stuff coming into socials, text, things like that?
That's fine.
Do you have the phone?
Yeah.
What they'll do is they'll plug it in, they'll do a forensic download of it so they have the data. That way they can go through it and say, you know, we did receive things, we didn't receive things, here's the communications in and out, things like that, so we can verify that for you.
That's fine.
You have a password on it?
030288.
030288.
Is that a birthday?
My birthday.
It's your birthday?
Yeah.
My birthday is tomorrow. Right.
Today's the 1st. I didn't even know. This is the worst birthday ever.
That way they can get that going, so we can get it back to you before we're out here. We don't keep it from you.
Okay.
So you said about 9 o'clock on Monday, you wake up.
Yeah. I wake up. I have a doctor's appointment. I leave sometime between 9:30 and 9:45. And I head over there. It's blood work appointment. The appointment's for 10:15, but they take a while to see me.
Where was your appointment at?
LabCorp. And do you want me to tell you exactly which one?
Sure.
Oh wait, I'm not my phone.
When we get it back, we'll
It's, if you need to Google it, it's the LabCorp across the street from the Loop in Kissimmee.
Okay, by the Loop, got it.
Had my appointment. I finished there sometime between 11:15. Then I headed home. When I got home, Stefan was there. I had talked to him a little bit earlier while I was waiting for my blood work appointment, and he let me know, oh, I'm so sorry, I left my phone at home by accident. School, everything went great. She got up super early, got up really quick. She slept most of the way in the car. I asked her multiple times if she wanted McDonald's, but she said no. Because that was the plan, was that they were gonna stop at McDonald's that morning and go get breakfast.
Okay.
He said that he had gone to the vape shop and they were closed and they didn't open. So he waited there for a while and left, and then said he was gonna go back later. When I saw him at the house, everything was normal. We were chatting, we were talking. He was acting normal. He was sitting in my computer chair, just messing around on his phone. While we were hanging out, he mentioned something along the lines of, oh man, I've been avoiding this phone update for a really long time. I should probably update it now. And I said, do it. Don't avoid it. Just get it over with. And he updates his phone and then tells me, oh my God, I don't know what button I just pressed, but I just factory reset my entire phone. And I said, how the hell does that happen? That gives you options now when you reset your phone? He goes, yeah, apparently I wasn't paying attention and I just pressed the button and it happened. And I said, oh, that's unfortunate. That sucks. Later on, he tells me he's going to go back out, and I think this is around 12:30, 1 o'clock.
Still on Monday?
Yes, still Monday. 12:30 in the afternoon, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He tells me he's going to go back out. He's going to stop at a few gaming shops, and then he'll meet me at the house at 2:30 so we can get together. He left. I hung out in the house for a while. Just waiting for 2:30 to roll around. 2:30 rolls around, and I'm already calling Stefan, and he's not picking up his phone. 2:30 comes, I leave. About 10 minutes later, I get a phone call from him going, I just got back home. I left my phone home again. I'm so sorry. How long ago did you leave? And I said, about 10 minutes ago. He goes, I'm so sorry. I missed it. I really wanted to go with you. And I'm just like, it's fine. I figured he wasn't going to make it because when I looked at the time when he left and said he was going to visit 3 shops, I didn't think he had enough time to visit them. He told me while he was gone that he got a flat tire somewhere on 182. The wheel just shredded and fell apart. So he was changing the tire, and it took him a really long time to do it. He said he hurt his thumb while changing the tire, like the frame or something slipped and something pinched his finger, and he ended up having to yank it out. And he said he hurt his finger. I
want to touch on something real quick. When you were calling him, he eventually told you that he left his phone there. Did you hear the phone at the house?
No. If it was anywhere, it would have been upstairs and I wouldn't have heard it. It would have been in the guest
Do
bedroom.
you typically go upstairs?
Who, me?
Yes.
Only from doing laundry.
That was all. I was just curious if you had heard the phone when you were trying to call him that day.
I didn't. So he tells me all that. I get off the phone with him. I'm waiting. I wait for about an hour and 10 minutes. 4:04, the bell rings, and I'm waiting. I'm the first in line. And she doesn't come out.
You were in your car?
I was in my car, in the car line, yeah. At this point, it's been a few minutes. She should have been out by now because she's usually one of the first kids out. She knows I'm in the front line. And I'm holding up the line behind me because there's kids getting in the cars behind and they're all waiting. They can't get around me, right? So I start calling her, forgetting that I have her phone on me. I had found her phone earlier that morning. She had left it at home. And I brought it with me because she does this often. She does leave her phone.
Where was the phone at in the house?
It was on top of the dresser in her bedroom.
Downstairs? I never been in your house.
Downstairs.
Okay.
So, just so you know, I have a 4-bedroom townhouse.
Okay.
The living room has a partition in it, a fake wall kind of thing. That's got her bedroom in it. That's got a bed, a dresser, and a desk on it. Does she sleep there? No. She'll hang out there. She'll use her computer and hang out there. That's her hangout spot. But she primarily sleeps with me every night in my bed. That's because I know the roommates wake up super early in the morning. They're going to be in the kitchen. They're going to wake her up if she's sleeping out in the living room. So I don't.
So your bedroom downstairs, her makeshift bedroom downstairs, guest bedroom upstairs.
Yes.
Got it.
Her phone was on her dresser. When I found it, I was like, oh my God, she left the phone again. That's great. I brought it with me to the school because I was just going to yell at her and then just hand it to her so she could have something to do on our way home. 4:10 rolls around and she's still not out, or 4:09. And then at this point, I'm feeling the pressure from the cars behind me. I'm like, okay, they're all full. They're all waiting for me to leave and she's not here yet. So I take off and I'm thinking, maybe I missed her. Maybe I forgot to tell her I was picking her up from school today because I don't know if she knew that I wasn't working. I don't know if she knew if I was off. So I asked, I don't know if I told her that I was going to get her. So I left thinking maybe she walked, that's pretty close to school. If I can't pick her up at school, that's where I tell her to I drove the path she would have walked. I didn't see her. I got to the office. And she goes, no, it's a little too early. And I said, okay, let me go drive back down, wait along the path she would walk, and just wait. And I parked and I waited. I waited. I'm not sure how long I waited. Maybe somewhere between 5 to 10 minutes. She still wasn't there, and I looked at the time and I'm like, okay, she should be back at my mom's office by now. Maybe she took a different path and I didn't see. So I went, no, she's still not here. And I'm like, that's really strange. So I call, I don't know if I text her, I call, I think I text her. And I ask, hey, or I called her. I asked, and she said, no, she didn't make it to first or second period. And I said, what do you mean? She was dropped off close to the school. She should have been in school. She goes, no, she didn't make it to first, second period. I said, please check with the rest of your friends, see if she made it to any of her other periods. At some point in this, I emailed one of her teachers asking, actually emailed a few of her teachers and 2 of them responded. One of them said, no, she did not make it to class, and I checked her attendance for the rest of the day. She wasn't in school at all. Like, he sent me a screenshot of like her attendance and it said 0, 0, 0.
You still have that on the phone?
Yes.
Okay.
If you need to know what app, I'll tell you what app. It's a special school app.
Got it.
He said she was missing all day. And at this point, I start to panic and freak out because that can't be the case. She was dropped off. I had to go check her attendance at school, but the office had closed already. The lights were off. I could see a student sitting in there in the darkness, but I couldn't see any of the administrators or anybody in the office. Lights were off, everything was closed. They wouldn't allow me in. I think at this point, the teacher had responded to me and told me she didn't make it to school at all. I start having like a freak out panic attack.
Are you still just you at this point? Is it you and Stefan?
It's me and my sister. And I want to say one of them is Catherine. I start panicking, and I think at this point I call Stefan and I tell him, hey, because she didn't make it. She's absent today. There's no attendance of her at all today. I'm like, right now. And he said, okay, I'll be there. And he came to the office. And there for like 3 hours, I think. Eventually I contact one of my friends whose husband works, or ex-husband works for OCP, or for you guys.
Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I messaged him and I talked to him and I asked him what I should be doing because you guys aren't responding quick enough.
Would you know his name? Where he works?
Yes. Nick Mann.
Okay.
Or Mahon. Not
Do you
sure.
know what he does here?
I think he works for SWAT.
Okay.
Sure.
Figure it out.
Yeah.
He tell you to wait.
I can't remember anymore. I think he let us know that there were other kids missing in the area, which is why you guys weren't responding quick enough. I think an 8 and a 9-year-old had gone missing around the same time too, in a playground. They forgot to tell. They didn't tell their mom they were going to the playground or something like that. So all the cops had were over there on that side of Hunter's Creek. My sister's boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, whatever he is, thought it would be a good idea to go to the park and talk to a cop there and see if he could bring a cop back, and that's what he did.
Okay.
And then at that point, that's when the cops started asking us questions, taking a report. Interviewing me, they interviewed Stefan. They asked Stefan to take them back to the location where he dropped them off, and he showed them wherever he dropped her off. They were looking for cameras along the path, and I don't think they found any cameras along the way to see if there's any video recordings. I think.
Did Stefan go with them in their patrol cars, or did he drive himself and they followed? How did that work?
I think he went with them in the patrol car.
Okay.
Then they came back. And then that's it. Everything was done. The cops were done. We were done.
What time? You remember what time that was on Monday?
It was after dark. We say 8 o'clock.
What did you guys go do after that?
We were in separate cars, me and Stefan.
Okay.
I ugly cried on the way home. I shouldn't have been driving. But I ugly cried on the way home, and I went straight home. And then the first thing I did was call Fox 35 News to see if we can air some missing children information out there.
When you say ugly cry, just overly emotional tears, makeup running, or is there what is your meaning of ugly crying?
Sobbing where I couldn't see the road, and I shouldn't have been driving. I was swerving.
Makes sense. Did Fox 35 come out to your house, or what was their response?
They responded the following day. I think we did a Zoom video interview.
Did Stefan follow you home?
I don't know if he followed me, but he drove home, yeah.
I mean, was it within a reasonable time when you got there?
Yes. Drove home. We waited there. We didn't know what to do. I stayed up late. I think I called Fox 35. What else did I do? I think I had to eventually eat and take my medication. He told me he was going to go out cruising that night to go look for her. And I said, I even questioned that. I asked him, are you sure it's a good idea? You should probably sit tight. Let's just wait to see if she comes home. And he said he was going to take a drive out. I had completely forgotten about him wanting to take the drive, or that he actually did it. And it wasn't confirmed to me until the following day, where agents came to the house and we sat in the car for a good amount of time. And I noticed the chair was adjusted. And I said, did you drive my car? And he said, yeah, remember I said I was going out last night? That's right, you did say that.
Can he tell you where you looked?
I think he said up and down 192. And I said, why there? And he's like, I don't know, I'm just looking. I was just trying to look anywhere. And I'm just like, okay.
Did he say if he found anything or talked to anybody, or just roamed?
Yeah, roamed.
When you were getting ready for bed, you were tired, emotional, were you falling asleep when he left, or were you already asleep when he left?
I was already asleep when he left.
Okay, did you sleep downstairs? In your bedroom? When you woke up, was he already awake? Was he still sleeping?
He was asleep in his bedroom upstairs.
The guest bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you take your medication that night?
I did.
What did you guys do Tuesday? Or just you? You guys, if you're not together, you're not together. What's the timeline on Tuesday?
Tuesday, he slept. I woke up early and started making phone calls to like the national hotline for missing and exploited children. I called the number that the sheriff's office had given me to see if they had any information, and they let me know that she was like the what did she say she was? I don't remember what she said her position was, but she had just gotten into the office and was just starting to work on it, so she didn't have anything new for me. Her name was Bonnie Mitchell. I remember that. She asked me to send her some photos. The National Exploited Children's Hotline Place asked me for photos as well. I think at this point, I had asked my friends and family to start contacting news outlets to try to get as much attention on this as possible. I had a lot of phone calls coming in, and I was picking all of them up, hoping that any of them could help me. But it ended up being news reporters or people who had seen my phone on the my phone number on a flyer and was trying to give me suggestions. Somebody letting me know that they took flyers all the way to Orlando International Airport and posted them all over the place in case she was being trafficked. They suggested that I go to Amtrak and Greyhound. I had my sister making all these runs for me. I didn't leave the house to do any of this.
Stefan's still asleep.
Yeah. Eventually, reporters come to the house and do an interview. And at this point, Stefan was awake. I did an interview with them, and then Stefan was crying in the background. And I said, Stefan, do you want to do the interview? You can if you want. And he sat in front of the camera and did an interview where he cried.
Do you know which news outlet that was with? I know there's a video on Fox 35 where
With
you
him
guys appear
sitting-
to be on like a webcam.
Yeah, that was Zoom. He was sitting in the
Zoom.
background for me.
Okay.
I know
But you
that
had
one.
in-person interviews with reporters?
Yes.
You,
I want to say it was Channel 9.
okay.
Yeah, Channel 9.
And he spoke to them?
Yes.
Okay.
And he ugly cried in front of the camera too. So he was fucking fake sob crying.
Are you saying that now, or do you?
I'm saying that now. I didn't think that at the time. At the time, I thought he was truly heartbroken and not that he had done all this shit to her. Like, I look back at shit now, I'm just like, he was fucking lying. He was fucking faking. What else has he been lying to me about? I know he's like a master liar and manipulator because he's done it to his parents, and he's told me and shown me the lies he's done to his parents. But I don't know why I never thought, not me.
The lies are about money, they're about where he's at, what he's doing, what's he
Yeah, all that.
to his parents.
Yeah, he's stolen money from his parents. They used to have a few $1,000s hidden in like a closet for emergency fund kind of thing. And during COVID, he stole, like, he wanted RC cars. See, if he wants something, he's gonna get it, no matter what. So he wanted RC vehicles, the remote control cars, fancy ones. They were a few $100s, and I'm poor. I know I can't afford it, and he's showing up at home with these things. And I asked him, where are you getting the money from? Because we don't have this money. He goes, oh, my dad. And I said, your dad gave you money? He goes, no, I took some from his closet. And I was like they have an emergency stash? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, he's gonna notice money's missing. And he's like, no, he won't. It's so much money in there, he won't notice at all. I've confirmed with Chris later on that he did notice money, but he never asked his son. But I let him know, yeah, he was robbing you and just buying himself toys. He's also lied most recently, he lied to his parents about where he would be. He told them he would be at his friend's house playing video or board games or something like that, but in reality, he came all the way to Kissimmee to hang out with us.
Okay. But you guys were together Wednesday? After all the interviews, did you stay Wednesday? Would you? I know
Yes.
we had some detectives go meet you guys Wednesday, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Were you guys in the house together until the detectives came?
Yes.
What kind of happened after the detectives came?
Do you feel like everything starts to get blurry?
Oh, I get it. Trust me, we've been in this office for like 3 days straight.
Yeah, so I just don't remember what day I had conversation with you guys.
Tuesday night, Orange County detectives came out there because I ended up coming out Tuesday night.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember seeing me or not that night.
Okay.
That was the first night we were at the apartment into the nighttime.
Yeah, is that when you guys shut down the house for forensics?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Tell us about that.
Okay. So earlier that day, I think Detective Hunt came, or somebody came, and asked Stefan for his cell phone. If he would willingly give it up so that they can look at it, or if they would need a warrant. And I remember him saying, should I have asked a warrant? Should I have? And I'm like, no, if you got nothing to hide, give him your fucking phone. And I think we hung out in the house for a little bit, and then when you guys came in the evening, and you guys told us to wait outside, and we waited in my car, he started getting very anxious and very panicky, going, I want my phone back. I want my phone back. And I said, listen, at this point, it's their phone. It's theirs for fucking ever. I don't give a shit. We will buy you a new phone. It doesn't matter anymore. Whatever they need, they need. Like, let them look at it. And he's like, I just want my phone back. And I'm just like, are you trying to make yourself more suspicious? Because, like, if you were to go demand your phone back right now, that would look suspicious as fuck. Like, what are you doing? I'm thinking he's just getting impatient because he's bored and wants to play on his phone. And at one point, he takes my phone to start playing with it. I give it up. And I said, here, play on my phone. Have fun. Because I think from my phone, he was trying to log into his emails, but he couldn't. Because you need like 2-factor authentication from your own phone. And I'm just like, what are you trying to look at? And he's like, oh, my shipments, my packages. He's addicted to buying shit. That's another thing. Me and his dad couldn't figure out where Stefan was getting money from to buy stuff since he's been unemployed the last 2 months, but he's constantly buying himself packages, buying himself things off of Amazon, buying himself things off the line.
Is this stuff you can confirm, or you think he's doing this?
What?
Buying packages.
I can confirm because I am linked to his Amazon account, and his parents can confirm whatever UPS packages or whatever he's getting at home. But I'm linked to his Amazon account. If you guys have my phone, you'll see whatever shipment. I think most recently I did like birthday party. If you see birthday party stuff, that was me. But everything else, him. He's constantly buying stuff and he doesn't have money. He keeps saying he's got money in his savings, but me and his dad called bullshit because he hasn't had, when he lived with us, he was struggling. His dad was helping him pay his bills, paying his rent, paying his gas, paying his insurance. Stefan was helping us, supporting us by buying food and all that stuff. But I don't know what he did with the rest of his money. And I don't know where he's getting money from now.
You were telling us that he was trying to log into his emails.
So he's trying to log into his emails on his phone. And I said, 2-factor authentication, you can't do anything. You're just going to have to wait till you get your phone back. What else? We waited in the car. I think at this point, when I noticed that forensics was locking down the house and you guys said we couldn't come back, I told him to call his dad. Because I had a feeling y'all knew something and it was going to come down on him. And I'm just like, they're focusing on the wrong person. They have the wrong person. In my head, I'm convinced you guys are just that you had the wrong person. I wanted to think that he was good.
Before we get ahead of that, what is the conversation like between you two when you're in the car? Because y'all were in there for a good while we were trying to figure things out at your apartment complex or your condo. What's the conversation like inside that car?
I'm trying to think back to what exactly we were talking about. I know I remember late in the eve, like when you guys let us know we couldn't come back, and I called his dad, or we called his dad. I started saying to him, like, I think they're focusing in on you. Like, we need to call your dad, and I think we need to get you a lawyer. I feel like they're focusing on the wrong person. And he kept saying the same thing. He kept repeating what I was repeating. That they're focusing on the wrong person. They're wasting time.
How did he feel when you said he needs a lawyer?
He didn't believe me. Like, when I told him, like, don't you see forensics is closing down the house? They fucking know something, or there's something, like, they know something. Something's happening. They wouldn't be locking down the house this way if they didn't have suspicions of something. But I wasn't thinking, I don't know why I wasn't thinking him. Like, I was just like, no, they've got the wrong guy. He just kept saying that they have the wrong guy, that they're focusing on the wrong person, and that we're wasting time, and we call his dad. We tell his dad to come down here, and his dad did come down here and met us at a hotel. That was another thing. I don't have that much money. I live off of disability. I couldn't afford to put us up on a hotel. Like, when you guys said that we couldn't return, I was like, I didn't know where to go. I was trying to think if any family member would have a spare room or anything like that, and not that could take the three of us, or when I say three of us, I mean him and the dog. And I know at my mom's house, we wouldn't have been welcome. My mom does not like Stefan. She's never liked Stefan. So I knew that our only option was to go to a hotel, but I couldn't afford it. So we called Chris, and Chris met us at a hotel by Disney,
Okay.
off of Western Way. And that's where we went. We got there pretty late. We checked in. I used the restroom, and I was getting ready for bed, or laying down in bed probably around 3:30, 3:45 in the morning, and I fell asleep. Stefan was already asleep at this point.
Did you go straight to sleep when you got in, or just kind of drifted off as you were falling asleep? Like, you went to the bathroom and you go straight to bed?
He was already in bed before I went to the bathroom. Okay. I was on my phone for a little bit. He was laying in bed snoozing. I went to use the restroom. I was in the restroom for quite a while because I had like a terrible sub. When I came back out, he was asleep. At least I thought he was asleep. But
His dad stayed with you guys?
Not in the hotel room. He stayed in a different room on the same floor.
Okay.
The following morning, I wake up, I think around 9 o'clock in the morning, and Stefan's not there. And I remember thinking, he left again without his phone and didn't tell anyone where he was going. That's suspicious as fuck again. Why is he trying to
But we took his phone, so he got a new phone.
He didn't get the new phone until later that day, where his dad woke up, came to our hotel room, and then handed him a phone.
Okay.
And said, "Here, have this phone in the meantime until you get your old phone back."
Oh, so you're just saying he's out and about with no phone?
Yeah, he's out and about with no phone, so there's no way for us to contact him. There's no way for us to. I didn't know if he even knew how to get back to the hotel, because I drove that night. He's a little oblivious to when it comes to directions. So I was just like, he couldn't even figure out how to get here. But he rolled in around 11:15. Rolled in with a cup of Wawa, and said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I was just driving around. I grabbed some Wawa on 182 and got lost. I didn't know how to get back to the hotel, but I'm here now." And I'm just like, detectives are about to show up. What the fuck would have happened if they showed up and you weren't here? Like, you would have been a fugitive. Like, what are you doing? And he was just apologetic about not telling anyone where he went.
But
So I had a question. And I'm stopping it now just so we can kind of talk about this. Let's unpack some of this stuff that we're getting from Jennifer. Now, we do know that clearly this interview takes place after Stephen, he done got arrested, right? So it sounds like her tune, my back scratch. Sorry, guys. So it's clear that now she knows that he had these inappropriate pictures on his phone of her daughter, right? So it sounds like her tune is kind of like changing from the nonchalant thing before. Because why would she even be thinking like, well, before they were looking, they came and got his phone. Him and her have checked into a hotel. They're currently looking at the house, so that's closed off to them. Why would she say to the detective that because he left that day without his phone and nobody could reach him, that if the detectives came, that he may be considered a fugitive? Like, I don't think that would be something that would come to my mind just because a person did take their phone. Like, unless I know a little bit more than what I'm saying. Like, I honestly think that mom knew. She making excuses for him because I'm like, why would you even tell him, you know, I think they're looking at you. We might need to get a lawyer, all of this stuff, you know, like if you know that he hasn't done anything, I'm not saying that you shouldn't get a lawyer, right? But if you know he hasn't done anything, I don't know if those will be the first things I'll be asking. I'll be trying to make sure that he's doing everything that exists with putting up some missing persons flyers and things of that nature. Yeah, you know, and you know, it's just so alarming that these sleeping arrangements to me, because like this is so inappropriate. It's alarming. No parent should allow a grown man to sleep next to their teenage daughter. And I know she says she on medication, but still, like even with that being said, like I don't know how you I don't know how you do that. Like it don't make sense to me. Y'all can tell me what y'all think about it. Like if it makes sense to you. I just don't see that. Or even a 13-year-old sleeping with me. Like you are too big. Benny says she's making excuses for him, right, Benny? Like, really? Yeah, she is making excuses for him. I totally agree with that. Like I don't know what her mindset is because it just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. That's why the only thing that makes sense in my mind is that she already knew what was going on with him and her. That's the only thing I could think of. Yeah, just nasty. Right? Who does that? And then, you know, to see that he was arrested like 2 days after the little girl went missing. Yeah, I'm just really starting to think that I'm really beginning to think that. I'm gonna see how her statement goes, because it looked like they're interviewing her for a while. So let's continue on. I'll try not to break too much in between, but I did want to kind of like address that before we went too far. Yeah, and she knew. Yeah, okay. And talk about he would give her money for food. He wasn't giving her nothing. But okay, girl. Okay. All right, if you say so. Okay, we going back in.
You know, I mean, he had a logbook up and he said he was up at 192.
Yeah, but in reality, I know that he truly took my car in the middle of the night to Northport, Florida, and was down there for an hour and came back. I didn't suspect that at all.
Okay.
I literally thought, I'm like, oh, this man, we were right next to like a a Target. So I'm thinking, oh, he's probably like stretch shopping, just looking at stuff. He likes to browse. I was like, maybe he's in there somewhere. But I didn't have a car. I couldn't go out looking, right? And also detectives were coming, so I didn't want to leave. Detectives eventually show up. We were in the hotel room for a while. He went back to sleep and slept. I took a little snooze for a little bit that morning, and then I got up, and then I went downstairs to the lobby, and I saw Chris. And Chris asked if I wanted some lunch, so we went to the hotel bar and ate some lunch. We brought up some lunch back for Stefan, told him to eat a little bit. When he woke up, he took like 2 bites. Then detective showed up. We went downstairs. They let us know that there was a press conference happening, which we already had an idea was going to happen. And they told us they would give us a ride and escort us to the conference here, and that you guys would let us in the back way so that media wouldn't see us. But in reality, now I know that was just to interview guys with us. But yeah, then we showed up here and got separated. Haven't heard from him since. Haven't spoken to him since. Have no interest in speaking to him at all. Yeah, that was it. Then we got interviewed.
What have you done since? Like, where did you go back to the hotel? Did you stay somewhere else?
No. So after the interview and all that stuff, Chris took me to my sister's house. I've been at my sister's house ever since.
Cool.
Yesterday, I went out for a little bit to go to Target to try to take my mind off of things. I went to Target to go get myself a toothbrush and deodorant, things that I didn't have because I left the house the last second. I also went to my ex-husband's wife's mom's house. It's complicated, but we're all friends.
So?
Yeah. They consoled me. They just kept me company. They made lunch. Then I went back to my sister's house, and I've just been pretty much there ever since. When I went to Target, I decided like, oh shit, I shouldn't be out in public people could recognize me. It could either be good or bad, what people could tell me. I've already had people recognize me in my community, and dealing with people's heavy emotions and them coming to me and crying and telling me they're so sorry and how they feel is so heavy, because like I just have to kind of stand there and take their emotions, and like, I don't know, it's so heavy. When I realized that these are the interactions I was having in public, I'm like, I need to stay home because I just can't carry anyone else's emotions right now. I have my own to deal with, like I don't want my own mental health suffering right now, or for me to spiral and end up back being hospitalized.
So when did you meet Stephen or Stephen?
I met Stefan in 2017. We both worked for Eco Homes, a real estate company. I did appointments, and he worked in the office doing like warranty work. We met as coworkers. We became really good friends. We were best friends for like a year. And then eventually I asked him if he wanted to hook up, and he said, sure. And yeah.
You said 17, 18. Did you live in Orlando, Kissimmee? Where were you guys staying then?
Kissimmee.
And did you guys live together in 17?
He technically lived at his parents' house, but he was staying at my house all the time.
Okay. Same house you're in now, or a different house?
Wait, I take it back. In 2017, he wasn't staying over my house. It started in 2018 when we started hooking up, and he started sleeping over my house.
Okay.
And what was your next question?
Was that in the current
Yes.
house you live in now?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you lived in that house?
On and off, because at one point we moved close to where his parents live right now. They live in North Port Florida, Sarasota County. I lived in Port Charlotte, which is Charlotte County, the county right next door. We had an apartment there for like 6 to 8 months. We moved down there because, again, Stefan was promised a job and that fell through. So we supported ourselves in this tiny apartment for a little while until I ran out of funds.
Do you remember what year that was?
2020.
So when did you live in Port Charlotte in 2020?
I don't remember what month I moved in, but I remember moving out in November.
Of 2020.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was some. Maybe like April, May.
That's fine. We can look up if we need to later. 17. In 2017. So 2018. 6. Her body.
At the same time, no. But okay. I've had ex-husbands and ex-boyfriends live in that same house before.
Got it. You moved to Port Charlotte sometime in 2020 for a few months.
Yeah.
And then you came back to the same house.
After Port Charlotte, I went back to my mom's house for a little while.
Where's that at?
In Hunters Creek, Florida.
Got it.
Even before Port Charlotte, actually, the few months before I was in Port Charlotte, I was living at my mom's house.
With Stefan.
Around March 20th, decided he wanted to renovate the house and possibly sell it. So he told us to get out. So March 2020, so around COVID time, like 2 weeks after COVID was announced, I moved in with my mom.
Okay.
And I lived with her for a little bit. And then the Port Charlotte apartment happened. We moved to Port Charlotte, were there for a few months, came back to live with my mom, was there for a few months, and then I decided to move back. That he was moving out and like getting an RV and like living the RV life.
Yeah.
So he needed somebody to take care of the house for him. So I said, yeah, I would do it, of course. So I moved in. I moved into his bedroom, downstairs, the master bedroom. Eventually, Stefan did come. For a few years. It wasn't until like June of last year that I go upstairs to the guest bedroom upstairs because I just he's not a very clean guy. He's kind of a little hoarder and a collector. So just my house was always a mess and never the way that I wanted it to look. Or the clutter just gave me anxiety. So I asked him to move upstairs and he did. And he lived upstairs until until December of last year. And then he moved to Northport, Florida with his parents, but they had promised him a job, but that fell through. So we were in the process of trying to get him to come back up here to get his job back at Disney and for him to move back into the house for a little bit. I'm not sure long term. I know temporarily I was willing to accept him back.
Was that something out of convenience for him or because you?
A little bit of both. We missed him. And I wanted to help him out, like make it easy, like give him a place, like a base to start at, and then for him to start looking for something else afterwards, on his own. But yeah.
You obviously relationship. Talk a lot. Is she a secretive teenager? What is like your kind of day to day with her?
I would have said a normal relationship. I asked, she would tell me. I didn't think she was hiding anything from me. I didn't think she was lying to me about anything, but obviously she had secrets.
I mean, the hindsight. I mean, all the stuff you found out over the past couple of days. We're like taking that out of the picture. Your relationship with her.
Okay.
Like not looking back saying, okay, I was being lied to. Like up until you found out some things that you've been told. You guys had an open communication relationship. You talk about
everything.
Life.
Yeah. If anything, she was a little bit more open with Stefan because she told him about a boy she had a crush on.
Okay.
And that his name was. And she described him. And Stefan's like, are you aware that she has a crush on a boy? I said, no. He's like, yeah. She told me his name, that he's tall and that she likes his fluffy hair.
When was this? Remember when this conversation happened?
Within the last week sometime, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Like so we saw, so within a week of that Sunday. I'm not sure if if she had told him via phone chat. It must have been via phone, like phone convert, like we don't FaceTime, we Google Meet.
The Android version.
The Android version of FaceTime, yeah. So we would Google Meet often. Sometimes when we get home from school, just talk all day, or sometimes not even talk all day. We would just bullshit. I would be doing my own thing. He'd be doing. We're just keeping each other company on the phone. And I think in one of those conversations, she told him that she had a crush on a boy. But I checked those text messages with that boy, and nothing seemed weird either.
But how did he? I mean, it could be new. I mean, she sees a guy at school. She thinks it's attractive. He shows her attention. I mean, she's young. How did he take it? Was he like? And I want you to think back before you know things you know now. Like, did he seem concerned about her? Did he seem excited for her? Like she's starting to, be a kid and have crushes and everything else. Like,
He seemed happy for her.
Okay.
He's like, yeah, did you hear this? This is super cute. And I was like, oh, I hadn't. She hadn't told me. And I wondered, I'm like, why didn't she tell me? Why did she tell him and not me? And like, I want to know who she got a crush on. But maybe it's because I told her she had a rule. She wasn't allowed to date for a few years.
Okay.
Until like, I think I had said 16 or something like that. But I didn't want her dating.
So then your relationship with her was open. Obviously, she's a child. She's not going to share everything.
Yeah.
With him, it seems like she has a very open relationship with him. They talk, they hang out. So it'd be okay with you if they went out and did things together outside if you were at work or something? So the living situation with them, I'll be honest, seems weird. It's weird to me. She's got a bedroom downstairs. What's kind of the mindset or the thought process, the communication you've had with Stefan about, she's not going to sleep in her bed, but you guys are going to go sleep in the guest bedroom?
So originally the plan was that all three of us were going to sleep in my bed together.
And I'm not just saying Sunday, I mean like.
Oh, okay.
In the past too.
So I had a rule. She wasn't allowed to sleep in his bedroom at all. Like, no sleepovers, no nothing. For a very long time. For years.
Since we're pausing,
yeah.
What brought that on? Was that like a request of his, like, can we sleep in the same bed, request of hers, or you just saying?
And me being super paranoid, not to trust anyone. For the longest life, even though he treated her well, I still looked at him on, like side eye, like making sure, like, is that normal? Is this okay? That looks normal. Okay. I wanted to make sure that nothing was happening and that I was missing something, but I was. But he never requested. I'm sorry. Repeat the question then.
So I guess you said, like, you had a rule. Like, obviously we know now they've slept in the same bedroom together and everything else. I'm sure you're questioning a lot of things that, like, you haven't been told or that are going on. The thought process of them sleeping in the same bedroom caused you to say that you had a rule for the longest time where they couldn't.
Yeah.
I have a son. He's a lot younger than her. He's 4. But I guess if I was dating somebody or had somebody over, I would never establish, and this is just me, a rule. He can't sleep in the bed with her, or she's not going to be. It wouldn't even be a thought process for me. So that's why I asked, because I wouldn't think of it even as an option.
Yeah.
So when you say you had a rule, I guess I'm asking what prompted the rule.
Sleepovers before. Yeah. Like, you want to watch movies and eat snacks? Can we do that? I'm like, no. We can all watch movies down here together. We can all sleep down here together. Up until June, together all the time. So we were always. She would sleep in the middle. I would sleep on this side. He would sleep on the other side. It wasn't until June that he got his own bedroom and I sent him upstairs. That's where the requests for sleepover started.
Okay.
And I kept telling her, no. I'm not comfortable with that. I'm not comfortable with that. But eventually at some point, like we really want to watch, I forgot what movie it was. They really wanted to watch something and I was really tired. And I said, okay, fine. Go ahead, but this can't happen often. And yeah, I allowed her to go upstairs and sleep with him. But honestly, I think I can count on one hand how many times that's happened, and it hasn't been many times that I've allowed her to have a slumber party with him, to be alone in a bed with him. I'm usually around all the time. I'm up until 2 weeks ago, you know, I was pretty much at home all the time living on disability. If I wasn't at home, just, you know, I was substitute teaching, but I was substitute teaching primarily at her school or at the school close by, but I'd make sure I get out around the same time and I'd get out in time to pick her up and take her. So she was with me pretty much all the time when she wasn't at school. So yeah, after.
When he's not there, where does she sleep?
With me.
She never sleeps in her room?
No, always with me.
Quickly, do you know, and you may hate the question, do you have any idea? We currently have upwards of probably 200 people working on fire. Right, the Orange County Sheriff's Office is involved, the Kissimmee Police Department's involved, St. Cloud Police Department, Osceola County Sheriff's Office, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FBI. Yes, under suspicious circumstances. So anybody who is somebody is involved.
Yeah.
So regardless of the circumstances, those people don't get to go home. Those people don't get to go back to their families. Those people don't get to live their lives and go back to their primary jobs. I know the sheriff has probably expressed to you that's his number one priority. I'm sure the Kissimmee Police Department's expressed that to you, our detectives. This isn't something that's going to stop or go away.
Yeah.
Right? Anybody who knows something, anybody who may know something, will be brought into a room, will be talked to, whether they're guilty, whether they're innocent. Because our number one priority, our jobs have kind of stopped on any other things we have going on until it's fine, because that's the most important thing anybody has going on right now. But with that, a lot of people are going to feel that whatever happened, I can tell you, and I know detectives have expressed to you that the thought process at this point is this is a homicide investigation.
Yeah.
Based on the evidence I've seen, based on the videos I've seen, I do believe. With that being said, and the reason I tell you that, not to be an asshole, is because the thought process with us leads it in a different investigation, a different way. Meaning, whatever has already happened, right? We cannot change what happened most likely on Monday. We cannot change the fact that I believe Stefan killed her, right? All we can do now is find her as quickly as possible. On the 2% chance we're wrong and that she is alive, that's phenomenal, right? That's the best thing that could happen. On the chance that we are 100% correct and she has passed away, finding her now versus later will bring closure to your family, will bring closer to everybody, regardless of how it happened or why it happened. Meaning, if you have an inclination, if you know where she's at, if his father knows, that doesn't mean those people get held accountable for what he did. It doesn't mean those people get held accountable for knowing what he did. It means we close out the investigation. You know what I mean? So a lot of times we go into rooms like this and we ask people questions. We say, hey, do you know what happened? Do you know what happened? And there's this fear of what happened already happened. I can't change that. So I'm not going to insert myself with knowledge because it's going to make me look bad. Regardless, at this point, I murdered her, right? He victimized her. He ruined her entire life from childhood until now. I think that there's probably some sense of guilt. And my fear is that sense of guilt is causing you to not want to assist in the location of her, not because you're a bad person, but because there's that sense of guilt that what was happening under your roof. And now, by her being found, brings that all to your plate, and it doesn't.
Oh no. If I knew anything, I would so tell you. I want to even if she's dead, because you guys tell me your suspicions, but I'm not going to believe it until I have her body.
So there are things, and the reason I say these things, and again, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but the reason I say these things is there's been a lot of things you've said and a lot of things I've kind of researched between the Fox 35 story, between your initial statement to the police. A lot of things have changed. The initial statement to the police was you watched her get dressed, you watched her leave, you knew exactly what she was wearing.
Can I tell you
Absolutely.
my thought process on
Yes,
that,
ma'am.
or where I came from with that? I was handed this form, and I'm like, where do I start? What do I write? And somebody said, tell them what you saw. And so I started with I saw, and then I wrote out what I wrote out. But it wasn't until later I was like, wait, I didn't see her. I assumed that I saw her. I assumed that I heard her, but I didn't. In reality, I didn't see her. I only saw him, and I heard something in the kitchen, but I don't know who that was.
Which we talked about today. But I guess there's other concerns. Right? You are nervous. The police have showed you their hand. They said, Stefan, we want your phone. Stefan, we want to talk to you. We're going to lock down your residence. You can't go back inside. Me? I don't care if it's the love of my life sitting next to me. I don't care if it's maternal grandma. If the police come and take my mom's phone and my son's disappearance, I'm not going to offer my mom a lawyer. That's nuts to me. That to me shows you prioritizing Stefan. Because at that point, you became more worried about him being falsely accused than any. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Whether or not that's what you felt, does that make sense? People having lawyers is their constitutional right. That is a thing that everybody is afforded. But for somebody who's going through what you are going through, to offer him a lawyer leads me to believe that there may have been a conversation, there may have been knowledge, or there may have been some inclination that you had, whether it be his involvement, her location, or something to where in your mind there's guilt.
I promise you.
Because you offering him a lawyer is very weird.
I know. That was still me under the assumption that I think at one point you guys interviewed me, and when you guys showed me the picture of her, I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he had done anything evil to her. I'm like, no, what if he did this stuff fine, but what if she's still missing out there? What if somebody took her? I still wanted to believe I believed him. I believed his whole story. So I was just like, I kept repeating that part. I'm just like, what if she did get dropped off? What if she got abducted? What if she's missing? But that was me assuming that you guys had the wrong guy. I wanted to think he was a good guy still, but clearly he's not. After everything you guys have told me and have shown me, I know he's the worst person on this face of the earth.
You know
right
that now. We know he's a piece of shit now.
No,
But you didn't know that then.
I didn't.
Then you offered a guy who the police suspected of kidnapping, abducting, assisting the disappearance, offered him a lawyer. And then we don't have to roundtable that. You went back to what you just said is the sex stuff is fine.
It's not fine.
Hold on. I know every relationship is different, and I know everybody's family is different. I won't ask, but going back on, has he expressed interest in, I would use the word weird, I'm not going to shame anybody for what they like, different sexual pleasures, different sexual experiences, different kinks that involve things you aren't comfortable with?
The only thing he's ever expressed to me was like anal.
Okay.
He had an anal kink and licked butts,
Okay.
but that was something I was never comfortable with or doing, and I let him know that like that's not something.
That's fine. You guys slept in the same bed together. Stephen was a big portion of your life at one point. Stefan was a big portion of your life at one point. And this is not me coming at you as a person or a bad person, because shit happens in the past, in the past, in the past. We can't change the past. Has he ever expressed to you? Never.
Never.
Has he ever made these statements about made you feel different?
No.
Okay. When you guys slept in the same bed together, in the middle, did you ever wake up and find them cuddling? Did you ever wake up and find them closer than you thought they should be?
They would snuggle, yeah.
Okay.
But we all snuggle. I didn't think that was that problem.
So if you guys are sleeping in the same bed and she's in the center, you've woken up and they're snuggling. They're under the same blanket. They're not under the same blanket.
No.
But just like
She's got her own blanket. She's got her
spooning
own.
for what? What is snuggling to you? Because to me, snuggling, spooning, big spoon, little spoon.
He would lay down like this, and she would be right here in the nook.
Okay.
How
do you guys sleep? You guys sleep clothed, unclothed? I sleep clothed.
Yeah.
Shirt, pants, pajama sets.
Yes.
Everybody.
I sleep in like my everyday clothes.
Okay.
On pajamas or baggy t-shirts and shorts.
Okay.
And Stefan would sleep with his t-shirt or boxers, sometimes with his pants on, but he didn't have pajamas.
Okay, so they would snuggle, sometimes him being in his boxers. You would wake up and she'd be in the nook of his arm, or essentially in a cuddling position. And you never found that weird?
No.
Okay. Again, you and I may find things different. Why? And I don't want you to look back on it, because now you know you victimized her for a long time, right? Under your roof. With you home, most likely, because you said you're always home. You just got this job. You've been living off disability. I know the Kissimmee Police Department has showed you pictures. I know they've verbally explained to you some pictures. I can tell you that today, they're still downloading his Google Drives. We are still going through his social medias, his cloud-based servers, and everything else. And we can now piece back her victimization in your house under your care to 2020. I believe you've gone as far back as in when she. So when I ask, they've woken up cuddling, did you find things suspicious? Did you have an open relationship? Did he talk to you? Has he made inappropriate statements? It's almost like cheating, right? Like, have you ever been cheated on? Okay. Somebody can only cheat on somebody for so long until they fuck up, or until something comes out, or somebody says something, right? So if we go back to 2020, we're looking at a minimum of 3.5 years. 3.5 years where I'm sure you guys are sexually active. You guys... Yes. So for 3.5 years under your care in your house, not only is he being sexually active with you, you had a sexual relationship. And I know it's an emotional thing, and I know it sucks to hear, but where I'm coming from is it seems like something that you can't hide forever. You guys live in a small space, close quarters, you sleep in the same bed, you guys all talk, you guys all share things. You're an observant person for the most part, I assume. Outside of taking medications and going to sleep, it seems very difficult. A lot of grown-ass adults can't hide an affair with somebody who doesn't live with them, let alone somebody who does live with them. So at a certain point, I do believe you became aware of what was going on.
No.
And when I say that, it doesn't mean you're in trouble. It doesn't change.
I know, but
I do believe that a reasonable person, and I consider you a reasonable person, right? Do you think you're a reasonable person?
Yes.
Would be aware that under her roof, sexual relation. The videos, the text messages, the images, they're all documented forever. This has been an ongoing thing. And at her age, I think she probably thought they were in a relationship. She probably thought they were in love because he her male attention, right? She just started liking boys, right? She just got a crush. Up until then, her crush at the same time, you guys are sleeping in the same bed together. You guys are all cohabitating. She's not sleeping in her room. But you felt the need to establish a rule that they couldn't sleep in the same room. But when you established that rule, for 3 years, she's already been dating him, essentially. Whether that's legal or not.
I had no idea.
So I truthfully believe, and this is my belief, I'm not speaking for other detectives, I'm not speaking for the sheriff's office, the state police department, or any other agency I've said. This is Kevin's belief. I believe that you became aware of their sexual relationship. I think at a certain point throughout this relationship, you became aware of it. And for whatever reason, your reasons are your reasons, whether it was discussed that it would stop, whether it was discussed how it would go, that you feel some sense of guilt. A lot of the news statements you've given kind of, again, my opinion only, I don't speak for anybody else, whether it's in this room or out of this room, bother me. It seems like some of your emotion, up until this room, I think some of the emotion in this room is sincere. I think a lot of it's because I'm being an asshole. I'm telling you things you don't want to hear that shouldn't be said out loud. But when you talk to the news, when you talk to deputies, it feels, based on my experience in this job, that it's not sincere. I feel like some of your sadness is not real sadness. I feel like when you gave the interview with Fox 35, it was not sincere. Looking at that video one time, I didn't feel like your cries were sincere. And I'm not saying that because you're a bad person. I feel like sometimes people struggle to show real emotion when they're aware of what the truth is. So it has to be fake. This is demise for the past, let's say, 5 years, right? But her going missing, her disappearance, if you have knowledge of how it happened, where it happened, an inclination, that emotion's not going to feel sincere because you're already aware of what happened.
I would.
It's almost becomes
If
a lie
I knew,
at that point.
if I knew anything, I promise you, I would tell you. Like, I am willing to take a lie detector test, whatever the fuck you want, but I don't know anything. He's never mentioned anything. I've never seen any signs. I tried watching her like a hawk. I thought I was doing a good job, but I wasn't. I was oblivious to everything. 4 years.
Minimum. That's just how that far back the cloud goes. And I find it hard to believe for me that you were so worried about how many pills she took at night, but not where she slept or what relationship she was. His interest in her.
I thought we were all safe. I thought because in that he hadn't shown me anything so far, like everything seems fine. Like he seemed like he treated her like
he treats you. In his mind.
It's so fucking disgusting.
So now he's in jail because of what we found on his phone, not because somebody came forward and reported that he was abused.
No, I know.
She's not old enough to consent. She's not old enough to have a thought process to even want anything that was happening to her. It's abuse. So he's in jail for that. But something caused what happened, right? We searched murder because we can call it a murder. She didn't die naturally. She didn't overdose. She didn't have a heart attack. We circled murder on Monday. Something had to cause that. He's been having unrestricted sexual activity for a long time. He's getting what he wants from her, probably from you, and who knows whoever else, right? So it's not like he woke up or went to bed Sunday and he was like, you know what? I'm done with this, but I'm going to kill her. Something happened. People don't just wake up and like, you know what? They leave people. They break up with people. But usually things cause people to snap. Now, what? You know what? And I'm in trouble. Or I feel like I'm going to, or him being out. We can go even worse. She's pregnant.
That's what questions last night led me to believe when we started talking about her period.
I was told that her and her friend, and granted, I'm male, never had a period, but that somebody found it weird that they were no longer on the same cycle. Could be different because she's a teenage girl. Could be that she missed her period. Have you ever found a pregnancy test at home that wasn't yours?
I have 2 underneath the bathroom sink, but I haven't seen if they're still there or not.
Okay. But you haven't seen any used ones in the trash?
No.
Their relationship hasn't changed?
No.
Okay. So what do you think happened Sunday? Other than him killing her, what do you think made him snap?
I don't know. Theories. I keep hearing
Tell me your theories, because here's the deal. We don't go home until she's found.
No, I know.
So what are your theories?
What I've heard is, what if she upset him and threatened to tell me and say that she was going to tell me, and he needed to shut that down. That's the only thing.
What do you think?
I believe. I don't want to believe he killed her. But from what you guys are telling me, he was to kill her Sunday night and snuck her body out in the morning. That photo you guys showed me of her stuck in the car.
You don't want to believe he killed her.
I want to believe she's still alive and that she got kidnapped, but that doesn't seem like that's the
Well, that's
case
not
at
what
all.
yeah.
I know. My brain just wants to believe something else. I just want to believe she's still alive and she's out there.
Did he tell you he fucked up?
No. He acted so normal that day. He was like, I'm so impressed. We got out of the house so early. Like she made great time. We had so much time to go to McDonald's, but she didn't want to. His story was so fun. Like every detail was so believable. He's just been lying this whole time. Like he's.
What about that day in the car when you offered him a lawyer? Did he disclose anything to you there that made you feel like, oh fuck, he needs a lawyer?
No. He kept acting like he didn't know what was happening, and I'm like, don't you see forensics? Don't you see they took your phone? Like, something's happening. Like, I think they're gonna pin this on you. And I'm like, in my head, I'm going, they have the wrong guy. Like, they're just honing in on the last person who saw her. But no, you guys do more.
You never said, what did you do?
I've never asked him any of that. I still, even up until when we got here to the police station, I was convinced that he hadn't done anything to her at all.
Because of him or because of not wanting to believe she's deceased?
Because of him. Because I thought he was a good guy.
So up until this morning, you still think that it's not?
No.
We're talking about the other day.
Up until
When we took him.
Yes.
Okay.
I forgot what day of the week that was.
So we're still going through his phone, his drive, like I told you, all his socials. We can date back to 2020. Based on the videos, it appears that was the start of the victimization. Okay, are we going to find anything in his phone with you?
We've never done anything.
Has there ever been a request for the two of you to participate in sexual activity with him?
No.
Regardless of you saying no or yes?
No, he's never asked that.
Okay. If we find pictures like that, is that going to surprise you? So if I'm in his Google Drive, if I have a sex crimes detective, a computer person look at his phone, and they tell me, hey, Kevin, I found a picture engaged in sexual activity or borderline sexual activity, is that going to surprise you?
Yes, because that doesn't exist.
Okay. At any time during the course of your relationship, has he expressed that he has ever had sex with a child?
No. Not a child, but when he told me when he was in high school, he graduated high school like later, like older than 18.
Okay.
He dated somebody younger than 18. I think she was 15. But I don't know how old he was, 19, 20. But he was an older kid in high school. He graduated late. But he had a really young girlfriend. Her name was Kendall. And I thought that was weird. I was like, that's a little too young. He goes, no, it's fine. We were in high school. Everything was normal. Her parents loved me. Blah, 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 blah. But that's the only one.
Have you ever gone through his phone?
Who, me?
Okay. If you had knowing Stefan, knowing where he lives, knowing where he goes, how he conducts his life, give me your top 5. Because I know you haven't thought about it. If you haven't thought about it, that's another weird thing I got. Since Monday, right? We told you on Wednesday that we think he did it.
Yeah.
So from Wednesday till today, it's about 48 hours. Give me your top 5 places you think are possibilities based on knowing him, based on knowing his path of travel. Where do you think? It doesn't have to be based on evidence, just in your gut. Give me your top 5 places where you think he.
In this area,
Doesn't have to be this area.
No, I know.
Anywhere you want.
I'm saying in this area, I have no idea. Orlando, Kissimmee, no idea where he could have taken her. But his trip to Northport is weird as fuck. I feel like in Northport, he knows more people. He has more friends. There could be a place and somewhere there he could have stashed her. You guys said he went into a storage unit. That would be another place to look. But there's plenty of woods around his house. Around that exit is kind of secluded. Like
When you say his house, you mean his parents' house?
his parents' house, yeah.
You've been there? Have you seen the property?
Yeah, I've been there before.
Do they have land? Or is it in like a neighborhood?
So it's not a neighborhood because they don't have HOA. You just buy the plot of land and build it. They don't have many neighbors.
Okay.
Or last I saw, I think there was a neighbor building right next door, but I don't know if they're done yet. I just feel like he had more. There would have been more spots in Northport for her to be dumped. Because from what you guys have told me, he went to St. Cloud, he went to 192. Could you guys tell where he turned on any of these roads? It's just that he was on the main road. I didn't think he ever even knew where St. Cloud was because we've never driven down that way ever.
Well, you live in Kissimmee, right?
Yeah, I know, but to me, he's never had a reason to ever drive down to St. Cloud, ever. There's no store or anything he goes to down there. Everything is in Kissimmee or Orlando by the mall.
Florida Mall?
Yeah.
Orlando Mall?
Yeah, Florida. I sent the last detective 3 spots. I could have recalled him telling me he wanted to visit. Monday, when he left the house in the afternoon and got the flat tire, he had mentioned a few of those shops, so I sent them over to you guys. There's honestly nowhere I can think of. We've never gone to the only wooded area that we've ever gone together
would be Shingle Creek Regional Park, where the Pioneer Village is.
Okay.
That whole trail there, we had scooters, and he had like an electric skateboard kind of thing. We would all cruise the creek, explore. We've taken a canoe up that creek before. Then the Kissimmee Trail. There's a trail that runs right behind my house starts right behind my house and goes all the way to that bridge on John Young Parkway that says Kissimmee on it. That whole trail, we've done that as well. That's the only places I could think that like he may have gone, because that's where I know I've gone with him before. But anywhere else, I have no idea.
So our ERT team, so emergency response team, is just a group of people who search areas. Doesn't have to be wooded, can be wooded, can be swampy. They've been out for 3 days. They're gonna be out all weekend. They will eventually, whether it's today, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's in 2026. Okay. I don't think you want that to take too long. Right? I'm sure you'd like to have a funeral. I'm sure you'd like to have some kind of memorial service. The last thing you want is for us to call you in a year and say, hey, we found remains. We don't know. Okay. That may not be something you thought about till just now, but I can tell you, being someone who investigates homicide, that is something that everybody has to come think about eventually. If you can think of anything that would assist us in making that happen for you today versus 2 years from now, regardless of why you know or how you know, we need it.
No, I know. If I knew anything, I would tell you right now. I promise. I want her back so bad. I don't want to think about planning a funeral.
What has your communication been like with his father since this?
I've limited contact over the last 2 days because I know too much and I don't want to tell them anything.
You don't want to tell them what we've told you, or you don't want to tell them what you know?
No, I don't want to tell them what you guys have told me. I can't. I don't want to share any. It's so difficult because I've known them for just as long as I've known Steph, and they feel like absolute shit right now. I know that they kind of got into a fight because Chris are you sure we know our son? Are you sure we know our son? I don't think we know him at all. The mom was defending him, but now with everything, with the evidence on the phone coming out, they know. They know he's a piece of shit.
We've talked to his dad, and his dad knows as much as you know. He knows his son's a rapist. He knows his son's a murderer. He's talked to us. He's been very open with wanting to help in any way he can, whether that's technological, whether that's verbal.
Yeah, he even had. I was with him when he turned in his knife to you guys. He remembered he had a knife on him and gave it to you guys. I thought that was.
Have you talked to Chris about Stefan needing a lawyer?
Yeah.
When?
think when you guys showed me the photos.
So we showed you photos of Stefan raping. And
No.
the first thought you had was to ask his father if he should get a lawyer?
No. I saw a picture. I didn't see the rape. I didn't know she was getting raped until yesterday. I saw the picture of the oral sex happening. And I knew that was true, right? That's evidence. That's for real. That's fucking happening. But I kept thinking, they're going... I don't know why I can't tell you why my brain kept thinking, no, he didn't kill her. Not that he didn't kill her, but she's still missing. She's still out there. She was taken. Yes, he's done this to her, and that's not okay. But I swore I felt in my body she was still alive. She was still out there. I told Chris to get him a lawyer because I felt like you guys were chasing the wrong person. But you weren't. You're not.
We showed you a picture. The picture you saw, she was giving a blowjob to a grown-ass man, and you told his dad to get him a lawyer. Missing, right? Now you, but then you just thought she was missing. And we were showing you our investigative lead being raped. A blowjob is rape. Not consensual. Whether she wants to do it or not, that is not consensual. And you prioritized him again. You prioritized him by offering him or telling his dad to get him a lawyer. Not what the fuck did he do? Not, hey, we need to figure out what happened. No, let's protect Stefan.
I wasn't shocked.
No, that's not shock. That is your natural instinct to protect Stefan. Okay? And if that's naturally how you react, that's fine. But that goes into what I've been telling you this whole conversation is I don't believe a lot of the things you're saying, and I don't believe a lot of the things you say you weren't aware of. And that is because you've now shown me twice that your first reaction, no matter what you were told or shown, missing and we're seizing the cell phone, or we're showing you pictures of her giving him a blowjob, your first reaction is to protect Stefan. So now, murdered by Stefan, you're aware of this, you were shown pictures of this, you were shown pictures of her body in his car with a seatbelt on, right? We have played it out for you. Now you're in a stage where he's in jail, you know she's passed away, and now you can feel emotion, right? Up until that point, when you were shown that she was deceased, your continued first reaction is to protect this guy. You just said, I only saw a picture of him, whatever your verbiage was, I say blowjob, of his penis in her mouth, and your first reaction was, fuck. Oh my, victimized? No. She's being abused? No. It's Stefan needs a lawyer. Who the fuck cares if we think he killed her? He's...
I don't know why I said that.
But that's the problem. You don't know why. So the reaction in your mind is you are continuously protecting this guy. So why do I sit here and believe that you don't? Because right now, you know Stefan killed her. You know Stefan's been raping her. You know without her body, can he be charged with murder?
I don't know.
Exactly. So you don't know what we can do. Do I think we can charge him with murder? It's not up to me. Should he be charged with murder? Yes.
Please.
Does your role in her life lead this to happen? I'll be honest. Yes.
I know.
Since she was a child, since her victimization started, it occurred under your roof and you acted like it didn't exist. And knowing the victimization, knowing how ongoing it is, knowing that you saw a picture of it, not just us telling you, not me and him saying, hey, listen, he's being... I think they had a bad relationship. They showed you a fucking picture of it. And you still protected him. So how am I supposed to not think that the thought process in your mind is until she's found, Stefan can't be charged with murder? Because we both now know that you don't want him to be charged with murder because you want him to have a lawyer.
No, I don't.
That
Part
was
of the blowjob.
That was
Oh,
then.
you can't be charged with murder.
That was then. Everything that you guys have shown me since then and have showed me that he's
So we had to
lying
show
this
you a
whole
picture
time.
of her dead in the car for you to finally not take his side? Enough? Do you not see where I'm coming from? Like, I'm not trying to be a dick here, but it makes absolutely no sense that your name is Stefan.
I don't know.
Where does your mind go? Stefan. There should have been no doubt in your mind when they showed you that picture of what he was doing to you, that you had any care in the world other than I want that motherfucker to die. Whether you believe in the death penalty or not, he protected him. So now we're talking about her disappearance and where her body is. Why do I believe that you're still not protecting him? Because you say so? Because you can't explain why you protect him. You can't explain what is inside of you that makes you protect Stefan. And you may never be able to explain it. But eventually we're going to have to figure it out because you haven't convinced me that you're still not protecting Stefan. I got all these people out here searching. I haven't seen my own kid in days because I'm looking. You truthfully believe that I can't go home and see my kid is because you're protecting. I can't. You're people sitting in the woods just waiting for me to tell them where to go, but I can't because I think you're in trouble.
I don't care about him. I want him to go to jail. I want the worst thing possible to happen to him in jail. I know what happens to predators in jail. Like, I'm ready for that. Like, please. I don't give a fuck about him. I'm not protecting him.
But you knew he was a predator when you got shown the picture. And then you text his dad that he needs a lawyer. You hope that he invoked, was the words I was told.
What?
You hope that he didn't talk to us. He needs a lawyer.
No.
All over a picture. You didn't care. You didn't care then. Oh, whether sex isn't important to you, that wasn't anything close.
I knew what I saw was
He was
terrible.
a predator right then and there. That's the day you found out he was a predator.
Yeah.
Yes. And after you found out he was a predator, did you not say he needed a lawyer?
I did.
So why today, Friday at almost 3 o'clock, 5 days into the disappearance, 2 days since you probably found out, or 1 day since you found out she was murdered, do I believe you that you're not telling me where he went, or that he didn't disclose to you where she was, or what caused this to happen is, listen, I know you know I've been doing whatever, or listen, this fucking happened. How do I believe that that didn't happen when everything you've shown me is protect Stefan? Now, once have you shown priority in this conversation, in this investigation? You're coming here looking for her. You reported her missing. Trouble for not doing that. But outside of you reporting her missing, and I may be wrong, I haven't been involved in all aspects of it, but you have not shown me one bit that you prioritize her over him. And that sucks. Not because we're working our asses off for your family, not because we have people out there sweating their asses off for your family, but because I feel like all I care about is your care is to make sure Stefan doesn't get held fucking accountable.
Well, I don't care anymore.
Anymore. Because we're being assholes, because I'm not being nice.
No.
But up until Thursday, it was okay that she gave him a blowjob. No big deal. Get a lawyer.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't okay. I saw that and I was in shock. And I don't know why my first reaction was to tell him to get a lawyer, but I saw that and I was in shock and I was just like, I don't know what to believe. I don't know what to believe.
It's easy to believe it now. We showed you pictures of it. You can't deny it anymore. The sex is okay. The murder's not. At least that makes sense.
No, that's okay.
I want to know what it is. And not because I think you're a bad parent, not because I think you're a bad person. Dead or alive, she's missing. Her body is out there. Her body needs to be recovered so she can have a proper burial, a proper funeral. She needs to be laid to rest. Your family needs to be able to mourn her. And we need that information. That is life. That is not life of the law. That's not life of the sheriff's office. That is common decency. That is what she deserves. That is what you deserve. That is what your family deserves. But the longer that happens, the longer it takes us to find her, the less likely that's going to be for you guys. And I'm sorry if I'm wrong. I truly am. But deep down, you haven't showed me that I am.
I don't know what I need to show you.
Prioritize her over Steven. Stefan, think of places he would have dumped her body. Think of places he went, things you talked about, things you discussed, whether it's this week, last week. Don't put it in your mind that he's been victimizing you, or don't put in your mind that I'm being a dick. What can I think about to find out where Stefan put her? You know more about where he goes, what he's doing, or what he would do than you want to realize. That's natural, not because I'm telling you, but because that's natural. I have best friends. I know more about them.
The only outdoorsy places I can think of that we've ever gone to that he would know about would be Shingle Creek or Kissimmee Trail. I don't know if he knows where Lake Toho is, but that could be another option.
Because you think it's a wooded area, because it's a place you guys have talked about together.
Because it's a wooded area with a lake, with gators. Like, we haven't discussed anything. This topic, I never asked him if he directly. I never thought he could have. I always assumed the best in him. But I didn't ask him directly. I didn't even suspect that until you guys showed me that picture upstairs. We're here. I don't know. I'm just thinking of, if I name places, it's going to be wooded areas that I can think of, but he hasn't told me anything. Like, he has not told me, or we haven't discussed.
So him going to 192 that day, all you know is that he went to 192.
He said he wanted to visit House Card Rules. That was one of, he named 3 stores, and that's one store I can remember him listing on that list.
House Card Rules?
Yeah, I don't have my phone.
We'll get your phone a little bit. House Card Rules. What kind of store is that?
I don't know if that's like a video game or card game or board top game store.
But that's on 192.
Close to one, I think close to 182 somewhere.
And he said he wanted to go to 3 stores.
Yeah. But he did tell me that I just don't remember which one.
Are there woods in that area? Are you familiar with 192?
No, not where these stores are. I have no idea.
Other than you came up with wooded areas that you know of.
Yeah.
You came up with wooded areas that you think he could dump a body in.
Because I've been there with him, yeah.
I need to know wooded areas where he travels. Right? You're saying we've been there, so she could be there. So that tells me she's not there. It tells me it's a waste of the search.
Okay.
Because when I put 90 plus people there, that's all day. Right? We got to coordinate that. We got to put them there. So we need fruitful searches.
Yeah.
So I need likely places that you think, and I need places you think based on the conversations with him, not because you can picture in your mind that there's trees there.
Okay. There's no conversation I can think of where he's named interest in being anywhere near woods or it being along his way.
You said he got a flat tire. Tell me about the flat tire you got.
So he said he got a flat tire.
I guess my question is because and I'm writing down all of these locations that they're getting her to think of, right? I'm getting all these locations that they are trying to get her to think of, just in order for me to kind of determine, when Maddie's body was actually found, was it one of these places that she's mentioning? So I'm writing all of this stuff down so I can kind of like piece together, because remember in the beginning when I said, look at the date, this happened. This interview is March 1st, 2024. He was in jail on February the 28th, I believe. I have to go back to my note. I'm almost sure it was the 28th when he went to jail, right? Would it seem strange to you guys that they found her body 2 hours, like an hour and a half? So in an hour and a half, Maddie's located. So I'm curious, when he's talking about he got this flat tire, whatever area he had the flat tire in, is it, was he making, it seems like he was planning like an excuse, not so much in regards to his time being away, but also in regards to maybe he was at that area where he was, dumping the body, and that's where he claimed that he got this flat tire that day. But I'm writing them down so we can try to see exactly if any of these locations that she's seeing in her video, because they pressing her real hard, and I think that it may be hard to say on the cuff, right? Because you and your spouse, y'all may talk about a lot of things. And I'm pretty sure he may have mentioned something that may have been woods or park or camping or whatever the case may be, right? They've been together for 5-6 years. So I think that, okay, Benny says it was a man who called it in and saw him pulled in by that area doing, okay. So I see what you put in there, Benny, but I heard something just a little bit different, but we'll see what we come up with. Yeah, I know it was at St. Cloud, but I heard the investigators found her, that they had an active search going on, and that's who found her. But we'll see. We'll see when we get to that part today. I'm going to go ahead and finish playing the video. I'll be trying not to interrupt. Y'all let me know if I'm doing too much with interrupting. I'm trying to let it play only because I am engulfed in it and trying to get all the details and understand from her perspective. Because with looking at different things and different people's opinions, I'm like, well, there's no way she couldn't have had nothing to do with this, right? But now after looking at this video, and I understand what the investigators are trying to do. Like, I don't think you were sincere. I don't think, in your initial thing, you were being sincere about anything. Would you say they did find the body once they went out? Right. They did find it, right? So, like even with this, let me show you this. Okay, so check this. What I have right here. I don't know if you can see it. Hopefully you can see it. I'm going to try to enlarge it a little bit. I'm trying to see if you can see it, if everybody can see it. But either way, I'll read it to you. So this is her statement. And I don't know if y'all caught this when the investigator, when they was asking her about her statements changing. And she stated that she saw. So in her statement that she gave on February the 26th, when Maddie was first, okay, awesome, great, Benny. When Maddie was first reported missing, this is her statement. She says, today around 8 a.m., I saw, Maddie or Madeline getting ready for school. I'm not sure what time they departed. Stephen Stearns, I don't keep calling him Stephen, but Stephen Stearns took her to school and dropped her off close to school on Town Loop Boulevard, between Town Center Boulevard and Hunters Park Lane, around 8:30 to 8:45. She never made it to school. I went to the school about 4 p.m. to pick her up, and she never came out. I searched the area, went to the office to look for Madeline, and could not find her. Now, this is her statement. So you see how she now admits that she never saw her get dressed. She never really saw them leave the home. She stated in this interview, in her interrogation, that she did not get up until about 9. So that's where they're getting this conflicting testimony in regards to her statement changing, right? So, and then if we go look at his old messy handwriting statement, now here's his statement. And this is his old statement. And you can even see the changes in his. This is what he say: dropped off about a block or so from school, sometime between 8:25 and 8:40. I turned around and headed back towards the town. I watched in my rearview mirror as she made her way in the direction of the school. She was busy searching through her backpack for something, but seemed to still be moving towards the school. So I carried on with my day. I stopped by a vape shop. Now we have a vape shop that was introduced. So early in the investigation, the same day that Maddie went missing, he said he stopped at a vape shop. Right? So that was his initial story, but it was closed. So I went home and I left in about an hour or so later to go check on the shop again. It was open. So I bought my vape juice and returned home. I relaxed with Jim for a while. Later went out in the afternoon for a few more errands and returned home around 2:30. Now, in her statement that she's providing to the detective, she's basically saying she's like not in agreement with his story, first of all, because remember at 4:00, he was not there to go with her to pick up Maddie. And she had told him, oh, okay, that's okay, no problem. And she went to go pick up Maddie herself. Then, initially in his statement, he's talking about he went to a vape shop. Then it turned to he went straight home. Then it was he was in a restaurant parking lot, right? So he got all types of variations to his story. So y'all following along? And this document is over 118 pages, full of good juicy stuff that we're gonna get into as we go along. So we gonna get all into it, and it will be into it probably. That's why I said it's gonna probably take us a couple strings, but that's gonna lead us right into the trial, and everything will be fresh with us. And then we'll be able to see what evidence is gonna be able to get in and what evidence don't, because we'll know probably more than the jurors will know, right? All the things that they're gonna show for this SA case. And then we'll also know more of the things that they're going to show for the murder, right? The murder trial that we got coming up. Okay, well, I'm gonna take this down and I'm gonna go back to her interview. Let's see. I'm really interested to find out some of these additional places that she's talking about that he could have hid her in the woods. Yeah, he can't keep his story straight. When you are lying. That's right, Benny. When you lying, it's hard to keep it straight. The truth, you can't never deter from, right? Yeah. So so his story changing all over the place. At one point in time, the detective you was trying to protect him, and still right now sitting in his chair, he feels like she's trying to protect him. So she need to convince them otherwise, you know, and he like, you're not going home until we find your daughter. Okay, I'm gonna finish playing so we can finish listening to the video. Y'all listen out for any key places in regards to these spots that she's saying that he might have or he could have, you know, told her about. And I want to see hearts in the chat for Maddie. We got a young life that was lost, and our contribution and our paying our respect throughout our streams. That when we're talking about Maddie, we are going to be putting purple hearts in the chat in order to support Maddie and her family, regardless of her mom is still her mom. Even though I definitely think she made some poor choices, right? There's no way that she should have let that inappropriate relationship go down like that up under her nose. It's just no way. And you're not going to convince me that all three of them should be sleeping in the bed. And I think she even mentioned that sometimes he would come to bed with his boxers on. And if anybody knows, men have their morning, excitement. Let's call it excitement. So if he has morning excitement and the little girl's right there, she can even see it. Like, how, really? Like, he's not even supposed to come out of the room until he get that all the way together, right? But she's telling me she's admitting that they all sleeping in the same bed and she didn't have a problem with it. And we talking about a 12, 13-year-old girl. So it's really concerning. I just hate that she gave her daughter over on a silver platter. And it was probably all just to keep this bum around, right? But we shall see. All right, guys.
I'm not sure when he got a flat tire, but he said he got a flat tire and then came directly home, and he got home around 2:40. So flat tire, he said he was driving down 192 and it just popped and shredded and fell apart. And he pulled over into a plaza and changed the tire for the first time in a very long time, and said he hurt himself doing it. The frame of the car, something came down on his finger.
All his lies, I don't care, but I want to know what you question him.
And if y'all notice, like, he had worse uses than the person that was going to jail, right? He definitely shows that tendency, right? He got a flat tire. That's what's taking so long. The thing on the tire hit his hand. That's why he got cuts and stuff on his hand. But I'm pretty sure those are defensive wounds, right? He got more excuses than anybody that I know. And he's like, set it up. Hey, I'm trying to update my phone, but I made a mistake and I factory reset it. Thinking that he was going to get rid of all those Google photos, all that documentation of him and his inappropriate relationship that he was having with this woman's daughter. And I'm trying to figure out, like, you'll never see his phone. Like, you'll never go in his phone. I know. But y'all know how we can be in relationships, right? She wasn't looking through his phone at any point in time, like, and happened to stumble across anything. Like, nothing. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, he's 37, right? So I'm assuming that he may be still a little active. Like, was there activity? I know, right? 34,000 photos on you. I'm telling you, like, I don't know how he, like, where's they doing this at? Where they got the time? Because she wasn't working. She wasn't working. He wasn't working. It seems like Maddie was going to school. So I guess they were doing all of this while she was asleep. Is that what was going on? But how does that work when you saying all three of y'all slept together? It just what they say, the math ain't mathing. It ain't adding up. It something ain't going right. 1 + 1 ain't equal 2. So y'all all sleeping together, or you were not sleeping with them and they were sleeping together. Yeah, there you go, right? Yeah, so let's listen to her try to, because this detective, Kevin, Mr. Kevin over here in the corner, right here, y'all. My man right here, he ain't playing with her. He got his leg crossed. He right here in this corner. I don't know if y'all can see my little pointer, but he right there by the lamp. He ain't buying this crap. And he like, you're not even going home. You was not sincere in any of those interviews or anything. And your story was changing. And I think the initial frantic from her, and I give her a pass because she may not want to look like a bad mom, right? And say that she didn't see her daughter or didn't have any conversation with her daughter before her daughter left. So let's give her the benefit of the doubt of that part. But let's see.
About why was he there? What was he doing? There's no way you're the most trusting woman in the world. You just don't ask clarifying questions. I know no relationship I've ever been in is that trusting. He just tells you he's gone at 3 a.m, getting a fucking Wawa, and you're like, oh, whatever, bet. Same thing with this. It's like, oh, yeah, I got a flat tire, was here. Why is he at these places? Do you not question him? Why were you on 192? Why did you dip out at 3 a.m. with my car?
I didn't know
This is 2 times you went to 192. You went to 192 the day she disappeared, right? He's roaming, looking for her south of where she went missing, because supposedly she went missing. And 192 is south of where that is.
And I
not very likely that that's the route she went on foot or abducted, and that him driving around is somehow going to locate her.
And he did tell. I did question that. I was like, when I asked him where he's searching, he said 182. I said, why? That's nowhere where she would be. And he didn't give me a clear answer, and I don't know why I didn't push it. I just thought he was being stupid and oblivious, because I don't see him as the smartest man. Like, I don't. I let him do what he does, but I don't trust a lot of his. Is the word judgment? I'm not sure, but I just don't trust that he makes the smartest decisions sometimes. Like, he likes to act like the smartest man in the room, but I don't think he is.
Do what he does. Meaning?
I'm sorry?
You said, I let him do what he does.
Yeah.
What's up?
If he wants to just get up and go to the store, I'll ask where you're going, but I won't stop him. Just let him go on his way. I'll let him do what he wants to do.
What do you think happened? Monday to now. You know she's deceased. We showed you pictures that she's deceased. We know that she was probably deceased Sunday into Monday. We didn't see her Monday morning.
I still don't want to believe she's deceased. I know you showed me pictures, but
for the purpose of this conversation, I need you to believe it, because I need you to figure it out. I need you to tell me what you think happened to her.
I think he killed her that night.
How?
I don't know. Could it be possible that he drugged her? Could he have choked her? I just don't know how you kill someone and don't leave a mess or don't leave evidence, or I mean, was there a mess? Was there evidence? I haven't gone upstairs. I don't know what you guys. I barely went into the house today, so I don't know what.
I need to know what you think happened.
I think he killed her.
How? You mentioned drugged her. You mentioned other things. Explain your reasoning behind those assumptions, and we'll move forward day by day.
So he had access to benzos and I think Lunesta.
What are those? I'm not familiar with that.
Benzodiazepines are anxiety medications which relax you and can make you sleepy.
Okay.
And Lunesta, I think, is a sleeping medication, like for insomnia. So I don't know if it's possible he gave her something and she was drugged. In those photos that you showed me where you're saying she's dead, maybe she was drugged. But if she is dead, and it was done upstairs, I could just only imagine that he choked her. I don't know how else you would kill someone and not leave a mess.
How do you think he got her out?
I have no idea because roommates come in and out of the house at any given point in the morning and we don't know their schedules. They can come in at any time. You guys showed me a picture, I think, of him or her in the car at 7:30 in the morning. My roommate left the house. She's the one who leaves the earliest. She left at 7:45. So like, what if he had waited a little longer? She would have caught him with carrying a body out of the house. How did he do that without being caught or seen? That's what I don't understand because like, did you guys check and see if any of my neighbors have Ring cameras? Any? Nothing?
I don't know what data we've gotten from them, but at this point, I need to know what you think happened to her. I don't need you to ask us what we found.
Okay.
What we found has happened. I need you to come up in your words, in your mind, what do you think happened that night into Monday, because we do not know. I don't know if her murder occurred Sunday or Monday. All we know is that when you went to bed, they went to bed together, and she's no longer here. So I need to know what you think happened to her, how he got her out of the house, where he went, how he got her into the car, what is your thought on what happened.
I think she was killed Sunday night into Monday morning. I'm thinking he carried her out of the house. I don't know how he didn't get caught by any of my roommates or no one heard. You're saying he drove all around town. I'm not sure where he could have gone.
And then him coming home and leaving, and coming home and leaving, what do you think? Knowing that he killed her.
That's suspicious as fuck.
It is suspicious as fuck, but if you're writing a book, what do you write? Let's say this is a fiction novel, right? You're now aware that he killed her, so now you can piece together a story of what happened, right? You don't know the story because you're not him, and you tell me he hasn't told you, so it's not real. So you're telling me what you think.
Yeah.
Right? We know he killed her. We know he drove out of there Monday morning. We know he discarded her backpack in the trash dumpster. We know he discarded her laptop and one shoe, right? So all her property was discarded to look like she's gone. That way he doesn't have evidence with him. They leave. You've been told that they drove around Orange County, Osceola County, wherever it was. We've pieced that together throughout the week, all right? He's told you where, at least in his version of where he was and what he was doing, right? But then you have all these suspicious times of when he's left and come back and he's gone here and gone there. So what do you think he was doing on all these suspicious times? He's roaming 192. What do you think? Knowing what you know now we can play. You know she's dead. You know that we've given you information. What do you think, knowing what you know, he was doing on 192? He was doing here. He was doing here. He was doing in Northport. What do you think?
So him leaving early in the morning and driving around aimlessly somewhere. I feel like he stashed the body at that time. When he came back and then left again. But see, it's daytime. Like, how could you move a body or move something in daytime and not be seen? But like, I feel like he went back to check to make sure he did a good job or to move the body again. I don't know. But him leaving the house multiple times without his cell phone is sketchy as fuck. It's so suspicious.
Which is an intentional act. It's not accidental, so that can play into what you think happened.
Yeah. Do you think phone being on the dresser?
It was intentional. Her cell records and her cell data from her cell phone show it is not common for her to leave her phone at home. It is common for her to go to school with her. Teenager leaves their phone at home. That's what they're attached to it.
She's left her phone home multiple
Her
times.
cell data shows that normally it goes with her. So that's intentional. It's intentional because he left his too,
Yeah.
right? Whether it's an accident last Friday, this Monday, was not an accident.
Yeah.
So you think that he dumped her when he was driving around. You think that when he left, he went to check her body.
Possibly.
Okay.
Why would you go back out to 182 without your cell phone? Like,
I don't disagree. So he goes out to 192. We think he may have checked where he dropped her or dumped her. He comes home. He tells you they're just roaming around aimlessly. Right?
Yeah.
So that's twice on 192 in one day because he went to look at the House of Cards bullshit or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then he went to do the roaming to look for her on this random highway that he never goes to.
okay.
Okay? We go into the next day and the next day. Think of the suspicious things he's done. Tell me what you think he's doing.
Him grabbing my phone and trying to log into his emails, that seems kind of suspicious. What was he trying to see? What was he trying to do? The thing is when he had my cell phone, now that I think back to it, he had something wrapped around it, so the phone was under a blanket, and he was like this. Because I tried looking at the screen at one point, and I could see an email. But
That was the cell phone we took from you today, or you gave us today.
Yeah. Can you guys tell me if this is true? Because I recall a family member telling me something, like my sister. Was the last thing searched on it Amber Alert?
Her cell phone has Amber Alert searches in it, but I looked through her cell phone last night. I do believe that she may have been clicking on links for Amber Alerts that came through. I don't think she was actually searching them.
Okay.
They could have just been links she clicked on.
Okay. Because I wasn't sure if that was him Googling on her phone about Amber Alerts or if that was her.
That we will never know. He is not obviously cooperating.
Can you like, could you guys explain what happened yesterday?
Before that, I need you to continue going with.
Yeah. Where are we at?
Suspicious utilization of your phone.
Of the phone, him disappearing multiple times, him disappearing to Northport. What the hell was he doing? That is suspicious. I mean, now that I know that that's where he went, that is suspicious as all fuck. Why did he go to a storage unit facility? What was he grabbing? What was he trying to dispose of? Or what was he trying to hide in the that to me is suspicious.
Do you put more weight on that than 192?
192, no, because 192 would be something happened in Northport. There'd be no reason he would
Do
take.
you understand what I was asking with that phrase? Putting weight on it? Like, do you feel like it's more suspicious what he was doing in Northport versus 192?
I don't know which one's I don't know which one is more suspicious to me. They both. 192 seems to me like the easiest place he could have dumped her or like figured out where to put her. Unless she was in my trunk the whole time and he went to Northport.
The trunk of your car?
Yeah.
Didn't you drive your car at some point? Didn't you guys sit in your car at some point?
I did. So that's what I'm saying. Like I would have probably smelled something, but I didn't. So I'm just trying to think. Like, did he stash a body in Northport? No, I don't think so. He was probably hiding something or destroying something. So I guess 192 would probably be the most important right now.
For being in your trunk is oddly specific.
Only reason I say that is because from what you guys have told me, he went directly from the hotel to Northport. I don't think he made any stops anywhere in Kissimmee or anything first and then went to Northport.
All we know is what we can piece together through accessible cameras and data. So his movements, his driving patterns, his actions, we can only 100% say what they are if they're on camera.
Okay.
So we can say he went to Northport because the car was in Northport. Where he stopped, where he went in between, that cannot be factual.
Hey guys. So, I'm doing my research back here because I want to figure out like what she was saying. Check it. Let me show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all this screen. Let me show. I'm gonna remove this one real quick, and then I'm gonna show this other one to y'all. So y'all notice that she keep mentioning this Route 192, although she's saying both of them are suspicious. Now remember, they saying kiss me, right? And she was found in St. Cloud. So it says that the U.S. Route 192 is an east highway in Central Florida that runs through both St. Cloud and Kissimmee. It begins in Four Corners. Check it. So when she was saying it, the 192 seemed suspicious. In that other place, I can't remember what other place she was saying, but I figured I would look up the 192 first to kind of see exactly what we had here. She called it out, right? Because remember, the daughter's body, Maddie, is found this same day, and we less than an hour away from when her body is discovered from this interview. So she would have come, Benny said, so she would have had to come prepared and given this info all about his whereabouts before this interview or even at the offset of the interview. It sound like, because she was like, when they keep pressing her about places that he would have went to dump this body or areas that he would have went, she's saying the 192, or they're presenting the 192 to her, and she's like, yeah, I believe that's very suspicious, right? Wow. And I was like, let me go ahead and Google this to kind of see what is this 192 about? Does it connect both of these? And sure enough, it does. So we know how this happened. Let's see what they say about if they say anything more about this 192.
From us, if we don't have a camera, it could just be an assumption, which is why I want your assumption, because you know him, I don't.
Yeah. If I fell asleep at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, at the hotel, what was that, Monday night? Tuesday night?
One of them.
I was trying to think, like, could he have had time to stop somewhere, wherever he stashed her, and then took her to Northport? I think he had time.
Has he cleaned your car since it came back from Northport? Was he brought it to a car wash? Has he detailed it, paid somebody to come out?
No.
Because you, through your, we called it a fiction novel, you pieced together what you think happened based on a suspicious activity, and you ended with, you think he put her in your trunk and brought her to Northport.
Yeah.
I know I asked you to make assumptions, but now I want to know why. Why is that how we finished this? What is in your mind leading you to believe that is the ending of the story?
Because 192 seems like a really busy strip, and I can't think of anywhere immediately, like other than going deep into St. Cloud, like passing St. Cloud, like going into Holapa or Harmony, that I could see some stashing the body somewhere around there. But Northport has so many wooded areas, and I feel like I don't know, you would be familiar with both areas. I just don't know him to ever drive down 182 super far down, like into St. Cloud. But I've known him to drive around all around Northport. But see, I don't want to say anything and like lead you guys down to Northport to do a search and nothing's there. I'm just
We're gonna
thinking,
go everywhere.
You're searching the woods right now, or she's not?
okay. I just want to be like, I know you guys are like looking at me for the details, but I'm like, I don't want to send you on a wild goose chase.
You know him better than us. You gotta really think. Where did he take her?
I'm going blank. I have no idea.
I feel like you're becoming emotional right now. I feel like you want to tell us.
No, if I knew what to tell you, I would tell you. If I had the truth, I would tell you. I don't know anything.
Jennifer, where do you think he took her?
If I were him and I had to stash a body, but I would never do this. My mind would say to go to Lake Toho. There's a lot of woods there. There's a lot of gators. I don't want to think about it though. No, I know. I just don't want to think about it getting hit by gators. I don't know where she is.
Like I told you, it's going to come to a point where we will. Right? Volusia County Sheriff's Office just found somebody the other day that's been missing for a long time. People get found. Sometimes it's quick, sometimes it's not quick. I'm hoping this situation is today, tomorrow, Sunday, but we will find her. What you need to think about is when you find her, is there an opportunity or a chance that we are going to prove that you did not assist us to your full capability in this investigation? And if that is true, you need to think about the consequences of that. Consequences of hindering a murder investigation or a capital sexual battery investigation could be punishable up to probably the same charges, the same time in jail. I know you know that I don't believe what you're saying, and I know you know that I think you prioritize Stefan. But you prioritize jail. You see what I'm saying? Like, if we come back and prove that you sat in this room and misled us, that you didn't lead us in the right direction, or that you assisted, or you acknowledged, or you knew, you're gonna be warning from jail.
If I knew anything, I swear I would tell you. He has mentioned, we haven't discussed this. I had no suspicion of anything. He did not tell me any more details of where he went that day other than those shops that I had mentioned. I'm giving you my truth.
On any of the days that he came home after these suspicious outings, 192 trips, Northport trips, and everything else, did he change clothes? Did he come home and appear disheveled, sweaty, dirty?
I don't believe he showered. He didn't bring that many changes of clothes with him, so I know he's repeated his outfit over and over. It's possible he could have come home all sweaty and disheveled after the supposed changing the tire thing, but I wasn't home to see that. But other than that, I didn't see him come home dirty or sweaty or anything like that.
Did he do anything he normally doesn't do within the house around you?
No. No. He was acting very normal, sitting on the computer chair, chatting away with me, talking about not resetting his phone, updating his phone.
Did he carry tools in his car to change the tire, typically?
I think he said there was a tire iron in the car and the jack.
Did he bring it inside? Did he leave it in the car? After?
I think he left everything was in the car.
Did you ever go look at his car? To verify that he changed his tire?
I don't think I did.
Never dawned on you to go double check. Except by the time he would have got back from the tire, you were gone, right?
Yeah.
What you told us?
Yeah.
And then she was reported missing.
Yeah.
During that time.
Yeah.
It never dawned on you to be like, damn, did he really change his tire? Let me double check.
No. We got home really late that evening and I didn't even think of doing that.
This is part of our problem. You did so many things and you never questioned it.
I didn't suspect him.
How can we believe some of the stuff that you're telling us or believe that you don't know?
I don't know how to say it. I mean, I guess I'm stupid and gullible and very trustworthy, but I didn't think he'd be the type to do anything like this. I didn't doubt.
But you knew he was vindictive. You described him as not trustworthy with his family. You described instances where you document where he was lying to his family, lying to you, lying to others.
Lying to his family, yes, but lying to me.
You discussed that he wasn't that good of a person. You had to it was with this family, you're not describing him in a positive light at all. So this trust, this caring, all this stuff makes no sense because you, regardless of the victimization, describe him as a good person. He's stealing from his parents, right?
But he never stole from me.
You guys have no money, but all he's doing is ordering things, right? He's buying himself things. He's not. You described him as a selfish thief. You even called it a robbery, that he robbed his parents. So you're trusting this dude who you're describing as untrustworthy.
But I thought he was.
What happened to her? Where did you ask that? I can't fathom that. I can't wrap my head around that.
I think I only asked him if he took her to school. When I called him and told him to come to the office, I asked him, like, you dropped her off at school, right? Because she never made it. And he said, yeah. And I was like, she never made it. Where did you drop her off?
You guys sat in your car Tuesday night when I was out there. I was out there at least 4 hours. Just you two in that car.
Yeah.
You can't tell me you guys did not have any conversations about this. There's no way. A reasonable person would have been questioning him. You were the last person with her. What the hell happened this morning? You never did that in that car.
No, I didn't. I remember being on my phone. He was on my phone for a little bit. I know I was medicated, and I was just zoning out. I wasn't thinking anything of anything. I never asked him. Just asking him that one time to me was, if he took her to school, that was enough answer for me. I don't know. I just wanted to think. Not think the worst, I guess. I don't know. But I just didn't think he did anything. Now I know. But then I didn't. I was still believing everything he was telling me.
Juvenile robbery suspects utilize the excuse of, I was high on bars, I took Xanax, I was blacked out. Right? Every juvenile robbery suspect you interview, I was, in your words, medicated, in their words, high, incapacitated, drunk. It's an excuse to avoid admitting what happened. When you say you're medicated, I can't think of an amount of medication that will numb you so bad to numb the fact that the investigation is occurring right in front of your face for your missing. So being medicated is just an excuse to avoid answering why you didn't discuss with him what happened. It minimizes your guys' interaction by saying you were not fully coherent with her. Person I know who can sit in a car and watch a bunch of detectives and crime scene investigators and everybody else search her house, seize her house, and be so numb that somehow is not ringing bells, is not overcoming the power of this little medication. There's no way. The human body will overcome that in a big situation. You didn't take enough medication to numb you of the reality of what was occurring.
I mean,
there's no way. Unless you were fully incapacitated, there's no way you were so numb that everything he described to you, everything I described to you was not in the forefront of your mind. You weren't numb. Just like these robbery kids weren't blacked out. They weren't high enough to not remember the robbery. They just don't want to talk about it.
no, it wasn't clicking. It didn't click to me. Like you guys telling me like it wasn't as obvious, like this and that. I still believed the story he had told me, that when we were sitting in the car, I still fully believed everything he had told me. I didn't doubt him. I really thought you guys were going after the wrong guy. I'm like, they're wasting time. the real suspect is out there. She's being sex trafficked. That was my biggest fear, is that she was being sex trafficked. I didn't think that she would actually be dead.
But she thought enough to get him a lawyer.
I really thought you guys were going after the wrong guy.
At that point, from the jump, we've been trying to find her. That has been and will be our biggest priority.
Him getting arrested for victimizing her was an accident. Then we discovered that she was a victim because we took his phone.
And I'm like so happy that happened, because if not, this would have continued to keep happening.
Well, it wouldn't have, because he killed her on Monday.
I don't know if she had been found. Found the what? There's no, I've asked this before, but there's no like map you guys can show me of like with a highlighted route of where she could have taken, to see if I could recognize anything or suspect anything.
I can pull up a map on my phone, the areas you described, and we can go through it.
Sure.
You said House of Cards?
No.
House
game rules.
House Cards. It's on Vine Street in Kissimmee.
By Oak Street.
Matt, House Game Rules, feel free to drag the map around as you please.
That's all of it. Oh my god.
And realistically, Florida has a lot of wetlands, so anything you see that's green may not necessarily be wooded, is maybe a rule, but we're looking more for where you think based off of this route, not necessarily just like the green parts of the map.
Yeah. In the back of House Game Rules, I have access to the lake. That is the one shop I can remember him specifically naming that he was going to that Monday. He said House Game Rules. Did he make it there? I don't know. See, if we ever went down 192 together, it would typically be in this direction towards 535, towards Disney. That's why I find it really strange that you guys say St. Cloud, because I've never gone into St. Cloud with him before.
So you told me you have a friend in St. Cloud.
I do.
I don't know if he knows, but explain to him where she lives, who she is. Explain that relationship to him, because I don't think he's aware of it.
No.
Oh, okay. So one of my really good friends lives off of Old Canoe Creek Road, off Nolte.
Okay.
I don't know what neighborhood though. She's one of my really good friends. She's somebody I know that lives in St. Cloud. She's one of like two people I know that live in St. Cloud. She's hung out with us, as in me and Stefan before. She's come over to hang out with me, and Stefan would be hanging out there too, so we would all kind of hang out together. But yeah, she's just a friend.
And you're 100% sure he's never been to her house?
Yes.
do they have their own friendship? Or is it just that's your friend and the only time he ever talks to her or hangs out with her is with you?
Exactly. Just my friend. He would talk when she was around.
And you just told me about the second person in St. Cloud. Who is that?
Somebody I haven't seen in a long time. Her name is Courtney Brackman. She lives. Can you pull up the map? But he's never been over to her house either.
Search.
She lives somewhere in this area over here. Around here. Lake Lizzie to me is familiar. I would go hiking there often. Well,
There's a preserve there.
yeah, a few years ago, we would go hiking all the time with my friend Courtney, the one who lives right by there.
With Stefan?
No, Stefan would never come.
Now, would you tell him you're going to Lake Lizzie Preserve?
I've mentioned it before, yeah, on the phone.
Okay. When we talked about St. Cloud and, you know, he had asked for your top 5 places, why did this ever cross your mind?
Lake Lizzie?
Any of these places in St. Cloud that you're familiar with?
I mentioned them the first time St. Cloud was brought up. I mentioned my 2 friends that live there. And then, I don't know if I ever mentioned Lake Lizzie. Not sure.
Do you know if Lake Lizzie was special?
She did enjoy going out there.
Was she verbal about that? Like, did she make that known to you guys?
She always told me that if we were to go hiking out there to let her know, because I've gone hiking without her. I want to go. But it's been a really long time since I've done a hike down Lake Lizzie with her.
Okay.
That's been at least 2 years. Yeah, those are the only places in St. Cloud that I would know, that I could think of, that he might be aware of, but
But your gut tells us no.
Lake Lizzie, probably not. Like, does he even remember what the name of Lake Lizzie is? Probably not. Jen, is it okay if I look up past rules again?
Yes.
Or house rules too?
Is he into video games?
Yeah.
Yeah.
World of Warcraft, into tabletop games like Dungeons and Dragons and Warhammer 40K, card games like Lorcana, which is a Disney card game. That's what he told me he was going to go do Monday. He was going to go look for Lorcana cards, and that's why he was going to go to House Rules Gaming. He was just going to make a few stops, and I said, why are you doing that? Why are you wasting time when we don't have money. Like, you don't have money to spend. He's like, oh, I'm just browsing. I just want to look. I want to see what they have available. That's all he said. Every time I did question him, he always had an answer. Do you guys know, like, up until when on 182 you guys found him, see him? Like, how far down?
We just know it's St. Cloud.
So I keep thinking, like, house game rules on 182. Okay, it's got some secluded stuff in the background, or in the back of it, but it's still 182. It's still really busy. And it's all really busy till you pass St. Cloud. I can't think of anything. I need to ask him.
So right now, I'm pretty sure you're still doing your phone. I think, how'd you get here? You're driven here?
I was driven here, but my dad followed behind. I think you guys said my car might be ready.
We'll verify that in a moment. The investigation is still going.
Yeah.
Right, Stefan also is not in charge of murder. Right, just a
He's
sexual
not, or
battery.
he is?
He has not been.
Oh, okay.
He's just been charged with sexual battery. I have a couple questions for you that are going to be on record. They're going to be official. I need you to answer truthfully. Because if they determine that you did answer not truthfully, you can be held accountable for it. Make sense?
Yeah.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear that everything we talked about today in this interview is true and correct?
Yes.
Did you lie to me or the detective at any time?
No.
Okay. Do you currently know, or have you ever been aware of where his body has been since Monday?
No.
Did you have any? Were you aware at any time, whether it be the most recent instance or the first instance, victimization sexually by Stefan? Okay. At this time, you do not know where Stefan went on 192?
I don't.
You do not know where he went in Northport?
I do not.
And you have at no time this week in any conversations with Stefan where he disclosed what he did?
No.
Okay. The story that we talked about of what at one point we discussed that she could potentially have been in a trunk on the way to Northport.
Yeah.
Is that information you know to be true or an assumption?
An assumption.
Okay. Do you have any questions for us before we go check on the phone in the car? We may not be able to answer everything, but if you have questions, we can see if we can answer those questions. It's not your only opportunity. Your only opportunity phase was you saying you swear.
Yeah.
You lastly, you'll have opportunity, you obviously have numerous detectives' phone numbers, you have numerous agencies' phone numbers, things like that. So realistically, there will be other options for you to ask questions.
I don't think I have questions right now.
Okay. I don't want you to think I was purposely an asshole to you.
No, I know.
All
You're
right.
doing your job.
Like I told you, like the sheriffs have probably reached out. You've been in communication with numerous people here. Those are my opinions and my opinions only. They don't reflect Sheriff Nina, the chief of PD, Kyle, any other detectives who talk to you. All right. I personally don't know. All right. We will be here all weekend. We will be here all night. My only hope is that you truthfully did not lie to us. You truthfully don't know where she was, and that you truthfully did not know what was happening to her.
Wow. I'm surprised they just swearing her in right there. Like, I didn't see her get read her rights or anything when the interview started, but who knows? Let's see if they come back in the room. I tell you, that has to be very stressful. Okay, so they do come back in the room. So let's see what they say.
So here's where we're at right now. Your car is obviously able to be released to you, the Nissan. It requires us to do some paperwork because we did log it into our system. So now that it's in our system, we got to release it properly to you, which is no big deal. It'll take a couple minutes. Because of the high profile. All right, I know you said we can download your phone, and I do appreciate your cooperation with that. But because the same way we did with Stefan and every other phone and digital device we've seized, they're making us write a search warrant on it, which really doesn't affect you too much. The search warrant is a legal thing. It's not a you thing. It's not a trust thing. But with that, it takes a little bit longer.
Yeah.
All right, so I can release your car to you right now. We can go facilitate that downstairs. I cannot make you a promise that that phone will be downloaded by the time your car's ready. What I can promise you is at the moment it is downloaded, if you have left from here, I will bring it to you. You're staying with your sister still? Does anybody have your sister's phone number that we can make sure we can communicate with you on?
Yeah. My dad is downstairs, I think, waiting for me, so I can give you my dad's number since he'll be
Whatever phone numbers we can have, just to make sure that if we are unable to give you the phone back today, that way if we are unable to give you the phone back, we at least are able to contact you, and we want to make sure you have a phone to contact us if something arises, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Okay, guys. So that wraps up Jennifer, the mom's interrogation. Please tell me what stood out to you. What was strange? What red flags did you have? I know my immediate red flag is they shouldn't be sleeping together. She should have never thought that that was okay. The things that she was just oblivious to, like it seemed like she was very, very naive, very, very trustworthy. Like even with the detectives, you could tell like they can pressure her into creating scenarios. Like she just literally, from what we know, right? Hindsight is 2020. From what we know happened to Maddie, right? She like laid it all out. Like, and there's just no way possible that they would have been able to get me to do any of that. But that's just me. So I think the red flags that I got from this, and of course, these statements, they could be, they used in court. So when these statements provide fear and inconsistent statements and things like that, like they look at that. They looking at your how your body language is, like how you're crying and not crying. Because there were different moments where I just don't think I would be calm in the interview at all. Like, after they would have told me that they thought that my child was unalive, and everybody reacts differently. But after they would have told me that, there would have been nothing else that we could have talked about, right? I would have been so distraught and so devastated. First of all, knowing that right up under my nose that my boyfriend of 5 years has been sleeping with my daughter. But in the same token, like she gave him her daughter on a silver platter. Like, here you go. Here you go. Here you go. This is yours. Right? Y'all can sleep together in the same bedroom. Y'all can do things in the same bedroom. Matter of fact, all of us can sleep together. Like, that is so concerning to me. Like, she was grooming her and not even knowing. And she states that she was so protective and looking at everything that her daughter was doing, but in the same token, she was setting this all in motion. Right? And I'm not saying that Stephen or Steven or whatever y'all want to call him. I'm not saying that this is all, of course, if he's convicted, because remember, it's allegedly until he's convicted of these crimes, because right now he's presumed innocent until proven guilty. But, like, he owes a responsibility, just as a man. But, I don't know if he has any prior SA incidents. We'll dive into more of that stuff later in our next segment that we'll do, our next stream. But yeah, it's interesting to know. In the end, the real shocking thing is how she kept talking about this 192 in St. Cloud, right? And we'll see very shortly that, like, she pinpointed all this stuff out. Like, everything that she's saying with these hypothetical situations, it wasn't really so hypothetical, right? So the detectives are definitely pushing her. Now we see that the interview ends at 15:36, which is 3:36 in Florida's time, right? So what we're going to do now is I am going to, unfortunately, this part will be the last portion that we'll cover today. This next clip is difficult, right? But it's going to be part of Maddie's story. So on March 1st, around 4:30. So remember, this interview ends at 3:36 and 38 seconds from what we know. This is when the detectives leave out the room. Take a couple minutes. And on this same day, less than an hour, the Osceola County deputies discovered Maddie's body. It was off of Hickory Tree Road in St. Cloud. So they found her partially covered near some bamboo trees. She had on a green sweatshirt and some blue jeans, which were visible through the brush. Now that's when the case began to take a turn, and this missing persons case officially became a homicide. So I'm going to show you the news clip in regards to that portion. That way we can kind of see the area of where her body was actually done, where he put her. I tell you, he was doing too much that day. I mean, way too much. And I'm just trying to figure out, I'm wondering, did it happen in the home, And we'll get into details of what evidence they found in the house when they went in. What forensic stuff do they have to confirm? So we'll get into all the nitty-gritty details next week, and that's going to get us prepared for our trial that's going to start on the 22nd of July. Okay, let's see here. So I'm getting this pulled up, and we're going to look at this video. It may even ask me to do a commercial. Let's see. Before I play the sound all up in your ear, I'll make sure. Sometimes they want me to play their commercial first, right? Advertisement. I like Fox 35. They were on this case, and they together. Okay, so here's the live news report when it happened.
Truly heartbreaking. We are learning that Madeline Soto's body was found right near where I am standing on Hickory Tree Road. And they found her body around 4:30 this afternoon, according to the sheriff's office, in a very wooded area. And a source tells Fox 35 that it takes a couple of miles to get to where her body was found by foot. I want to just show you what it looks like over here right now. You can see we're blocked off at this intersection. A sheriff's office deputy blocking off the area where they say that they found Madeline Soto's body. And now this is Sky Fox video of teams out here searching this area. And this, of course, comes after the Orange County Sheriff John Mina said that he was confident that Maddie was dead and that they were working to find her body. That was the latest we had heard from earlier this afternoon. And now we are getting this heartbreaking update that her body was found. I want to show you a picture of this car. This is Stephen Stern's car, who was Maddie's mom's boyfriend. He was the suspect in her homicide case. He was last seen driving a silver Lincoln and in this area of Old Hickory Tree Road and Nolte Road. And now, of course, we are learning that her body was found in a wooded area. We are, of course, are going to try to find out any more information about this case, and we will bring it to you. Live. For now, reporting live, Stephanie Buffmonte, Fox 35 News.
Meet PDF Filler, a powerful PDF editor for individuals and teams. Millions of users worldwide.
I was muted the whole time. You didn't hear me give my explanation in regards to this video of this car? Yeah, did you hear my explanation in regards to the car, Benny? That was important. I had to get my mute game. I got to step up my mute game over here. Okay. Well, I'm going to rewind because I think that was very important. So let me rewind it. Okay, so I'm gonna start there. I'm gonna start it over. You know, of course, we got a commercial now. Thanks, Precious, for being on. Thanks, Girly, for being on mute. Thanks, host. We have to go through it again. That's okay. That's okay. I'm not gonna mute up. I know I gotta step up my mute game. Here we go.
Has just confirmed that news.
Skyfox is flying over a wooded area along Old Hickory Tree Road. We're told Maddie Soto's body was found near there in a remote area. Fox 35 Stephanie Buffamonte joins us live. And Stephanie, what can you tell us about this heartbreaking development?
Yeah, truly heartbreaking. We are learning that Madeline Soto's body was found right near where I am standing on Hickory Tree Road. And they found her body around 4:30 this afternoon, according to the sheriff's office, in a very wooded area. And a source tells Fox 35 that it takes a couple of miles to get to where her body was found by foot. I want to just show you what it looks like over here right now. You can see we're blocked off at this intersection. A sheriff's office deputy blocking off the area where they say that they found Madeline Soto's body. And now this is Skyfox video of teams out here searching this area. And this, of course, comes after the Orange County Sheriff John Mina said that he was confident that Maddie was dead and that they were working to find her body. That was the latest we had heard from earlier this afternoon. And now we are getting this heartbreaking update that her body was found. I want to show you a picture of this car. This is Stephen Stern's car, who was Maddie's mom's boyfriend. He was the suspect in her homicide case. He was last seen driving a silver Lincoln and in this area of Old Hickory Tree.
So I'm gonna pause again here, guys. Now, did y'all see that key moment that she said earlier this afternoon? The detective that we just watched interviewing Jen, the mom, had kind of thought that this was a homicide, and they were focusing on just trying to find Maddie at this point in time. Also, remember, as I stated, our interview, Jen and the detective, it ended at about 3:32. This news report, she was found at 4:40. So that tells you that the detective sent people to these places immediately to search for her. I wouldn't be surprised if they went to the other location too. But we know definitely they went to this place, right? Because this is where she was found. So we have the two pictures right here. Hopefully y'all can see my mouse. So we have the two pictures here of his car. So his car was spotted right here. Then we have Old Hickory Tree Road. As you can see, this is where the body is found, where she's found, right here on this street. And then we have the car spotted right here. And guess what? We have Highway 192. And we heard about 192 in that interview. Right? So there's our map. And we figured it out, with the information that we had when we looked it up in Google, where does 192 run from Kissimmee? Does 192 run from Kissimmee, Florida to Mount Cloud, Florida? So we had that idea, right? But now that we see where the body was actually found, that confirmed our I'm lost for words now. It confirmed what we were thinking, right? Because I didn't know where she was found until we watched this video. So that's good to know. So I don't know. It sounds like a lot of the things that mom was given as hypotheticals or shoulda, coulda, woulda statements sound like they were right? So did mom know something and just not saying anything? And the reason why I bring that question up, and you will understand much more when we go through next week, because when we look at the evidence and what was found and how things were found, you'll get where I'm coming from the things that I have seen, right? So, where her body was found, they're going to take that interview that they had with mom probably and show that in some kind of court proceeding, and how she knew some information. Now, I don't know if they are going to file charges against her right now. There are currently no charges. But this is a pivotal event for the case, right? Legally and emotionally, because it gives a chain of custody. It gives location details. There's possible forensic evidence there. The prosecution will tie this together with the motive and opportunity when this case is presented for the homicide portion later on, right? Because this information most likely will not be presented in the SA case that we're going to hear in a couple weeks. So the recovery location and details and the investigator's response will be further reviewed in our next stream. And I'll also include the forensic data, the search warrants. We got some Google stuff. We got some emails. We got some voice calls. We got all types of stuff that Mr. Stefan then provided to us, right? His parents are doing interviews. Everybody's talking, right? And we here to listen, right? The jury can't consider all the stuff that's outside of their presence, but the jury here, we can consider it all right? So with that being said, do anybody want to review anything? Have any questions? Talk to me. Let me know your thoughts in regards to this. Is there anything that you want to see in stream 2 that you want me to cover? Yeah, because I can tell you, like, in our next stream in part 2, I definitely want to take things a little further. We'll break down the forensic evidence. Hi, Kevin. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. You say it's so much things to cover. We need to get out our thinking caps on y'all. Yes, Kevin. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you. I'm glad you came. Hope you enjoy the stream. We tackling these cases, right? Yeah, absolutely. So in our next stream, what we'll do, we'll break down the evidence, the forensic evidence that was found in the home, the vehicle. We'll go over the digital trail that was provided, including his Google searches, his text messages, and now we got another case that got Snapchats, right? These Snapchats that everybody think they're deleting. And we'll walk through what investigators believe happened to Maddie in her final hours. We'll take a deeper look into Jennifer Soto's, her evolving statements and how the prosecution may use them, right? Because listening to her statements and things is a great thing. You say I'm doing a great show. I got Benny hooked. We working on it. Isn't that right, Benny? We are definitely working on it. That's what I can tell you. Yeah, so I definitely think that we have covered a lot today. Benny, you think our plan for next week is good? Oh. Yeah, I'm wondering, I'm really ready to get into this forensic evidence because I would like to know, did it happen at the home? And he was able to carry the body out? Did he put the body in the trunk of the mom's car? We'll see all of that evidence next week, right? We'll review it all. So we'll know, like, is he wasting taxpayers' money? I mean, I guess everybody got a right to a trial, right? Let me be fair. You say now you can keep up and know what she knows. I'm so excited about it. Well, awesome. I'm excited for you too. Yes. Yes. It's nothing like having a talking buddy when you're going through these trials. That is definitely for sure. Yeah, and especially when they know what you're talking about. And they catch things that you missed and can let you know. Yes, absolutely, Kevin. I appreciate it. And I'm glad that you came over and you have subscribed and joined our community here that we are building, where we're looking at these cases. You say the plan sounds good. I thought it would be good. And I think this is going to take us right into this FA trial, right? So everything will be fresh. We'll know what stuff we're looking for in order to be able to take all the information in, and unfortunately the jury don't know, but they won't know all the stuff that we know. But in the back of our heads, as we're looking at this trial, when it comes up on the 22nd, we'll know, right? Awesome. She said the plan sounds good. That's what I like to hear. So I guess I have taken up almost 6 hours of your Sunday fun day, right? I definitely appreciate everybody coming and checking it out and taking the time out for us to revisit this and honor Maddie as we were going along in our stream, with our purple hearts. And that will continue on as we are reviewing this case and as we're going through the trial and watching it, right? That's something that I want to continue. So we covered a lot of things, moving parts. We listened to the 911. We have listened to both interrogations. We reviewed their written statements, right? And next week we have an action-packed schedule. I'll send out the alerts, so make sure you have your notification bells on. Yeah, and I'll send out the alerts for the week. I think I'm gonna try to pre-plan, like just sending them out because we have court every day, right? We in court every day. Benny says she can't wait to get things started. Right, we'll be caught up and ready for the openings. Right, Sunday fun day. Oh, anytime. Oh, I love them purple hearts. Right, they're so pretty. Purple's my favorite color, so excuse me. Absolutely. Well, the justice for Maddie means keeping eyes on this case and demanding answers, right? To all the parents and people out here, right, Kevin? Thank you. I love purple hearts for Maddie, right? Yes, we in court all next week. All next week. Absolutely. Yeah, so just people, like, we gotta, parents, we gotta watch out. We gotta be careful. We gotta watch our little girls, our little boys when we bringing people in their life, right? My heart breaks for the mom because I think that she may have been way naive, and I think she has served her daughter to a monster, and I'm going to call him a monster, on a silver platter. She inadvertently, without knowledge, groomed her daughter for this man. And I'm sad that she wasn't able to see the trees through the forest. Because even with talking to the detectives, we seen how she was still kind of trying to protect him in some type of way. And that's just all honesty from what I've seen from the interviews. And not being so forthcoming with the information that she knew at the first time. So with that being said, you are in the right place, right? Where there is no filters, no fluffs, just facts, so you can be the judge. Thanks for tuning in to Take It to Trial. Everybody enjoy the rest of your Sunday, fun day. I'll be back on tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. All right, guys. Bye.